Chapter 99. Stop right there. When the bamboo hat man heard this shout, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Then he suddenly took out a cloth bag from his arms and threw it out. He then blasted the cloth bag with a palm strike, causing it to explode. In an instant, countless white powder floated up, and the entire passageway of the city wall became smoky. Is that flour? Yi Xian also blasted out a series of palm strikes, fanning away the white powder around him. But in the next moment, he heard the sound of battle. It's a wanted criminal, quickly close the city gates. This was the voice of the guard. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face stiffened. Now, there was only one wanted criminal in Wanjin City, and that was Xue Qingqing, whose portrait was still stuck on the city walls. She's Xue Qingqing? Yi Xian immediately reacted. No wonder he felt that the bamboo hat man's figure was familiar. It was Xue Qingqing. It seems that something really happened to the Xue family. You bunch of bad guys, let go of me, or else my fiancé will definitely teach you a lesson. A familiar voice floated in front of the white fog. It was Xue Qingqing. It's really him. This time, Yi Xian could no longer remain calm. After whispering to Guan Yulan, he instantly rushed out. Guan Yulan also followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out, and several guards flew out while clutching their chests in pain. By the time they reacted, the wanted criminal in their eyes had already disappeared. Not good, there's an accomplice, quickly informed the city lord. The captain of the guards looked around and found that the city gates were already closed, so he immediately shouted. Xue Qingqing, who was preparing to leave the city in disguise, had used a camouflage technique, but because her strength was too weak, she was easily captured by the guards. However, at this time, a handsome figure suddenly made a move and sent the surrounding guards flying, saving her. By the time she reacted, she found that she was already being carried horizontally by the other party, moving quickly on the streets. No, I'm a married man. Xue Qingqing thought in her heart and hurriedly said, Put me down. Hee, little girl, you don't even recognize me? A familiar voice fell into her ears. She focused her eyes and was shocked to find that the person who was carrying her and running away was her fiancé in name. Yi Xian, it's you? Xue Qingqing cried out in surprise. If it's not me, then who is it? Yi Xian glanced at her, then fled into a small alley. At this time, they were already far away from the city walls. After Yi Xian entered the alley, Guan Yulan followed him in. When Xue Qingqing saw someone enter, she was about to cry out in alarm, but in the next moment, she suddenly realized that the person who came was a beautiful girl, not a guard of the myriad gold city. He's one of us, don't worry, Yi Xian said as he pulled Xue Qingqing into a dead end. Then he asked, What happened? Why you wanted? Xue Qingqing wanted to ask who the woman behind Yi Xian was, but when she heard this question, she immediately cried and explained, My family was raided by the mayor, and my entire family was captured and locked up. Why? Yi Xian had a bad premonition. The Xue family was in trouble because of him. After all, he killed the son of the mayor of the City of Gold. The city lord casually gave a crime to my father, saying that my father had betrayed the country and was a spy for another country. Xue Qingqing said tearfully. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Sure enough, it was because of him. When the mayor of the City of Gold, Zhang Lai, found out that his son was killed, he wanted to avenge his son, but Yi Xian's identity was not ordinary, so he casually accused Xue Hai and raided the Xue family. So you're saying that uncle is in the mayor's residence now? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Yes, my parents were captured. Even the Xue family's consecrator did not escape. Xue Qingqing nodded with tears in her eyes. Is that so? Yi Xian felt very guilty. The mayor of a big city was an official of the profound Sun Empire, so he couldn't do anything. However, all of this was caused by him, so how could he just stand by and watch? He hated it the most when someone attacked the people around him, even if they scolded him. How about this? You can find an inn to stay in, and I will go to the mayor's residence to investigate. Yi Xian said. But you... Xue Qingqing was shocked. Yi Xian wanted to investigate the mayor's residence alone? Wasn't that courting death? Don't worry, I am very powerful now. Even the mayor is not my match. Yi Xian smiled. The mayor of the city of gold, Zhang Lai, was only in the early 9th stage of the martial path, while he was in the middle 9th stage of the martial path. Even the mayor? Xue Qingqing was shocked. She hadn't seen Yi Xian for a long time, but he had already become so powerful? Alright, don't worry. I will go and find a way to rescue them. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he brought Xue Qingqing to an inn and told her to hide in it. Yi Xian was more at ease with Guan Yulan around. Although Guan Yulan was in the early 8th stage of the martial path, she was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Her strength was stronger than the middle 8th stage of the martial path, and could even be compared to the peak 8th stage of the martial path. After leaving the inn, Yi Xian asked around for the location of the mayor's residence and directly rushed there. In fact, he could hide and then create a scene in the mayor's residence to rescue Xue Hai and the others. However, if he did that, everyone in the Xue family would become wanted criminals. It would be fine if they were only wanted in the City of Gold, but if the mayor of the City of Gold passed the arrest warrant to other cities, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to use proper means to rescue everyone in the Xue family and remove Xue Qingqing's arrest warrant. Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the mayor's residence. After pondering for a moment, he directly walked over. Halt, who are you? The guards of the mayor's residence stopped Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian directly took out a token and said, I am Yi Xian, a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect. I want to see your mayor. The guard was stunned, but immediately revealed a look of disdain. He walked forward and said, Where did this little brat come from? If you are really a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect, then I am the emperor of the dynasty. So you don't believe me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Get lost. You want to see our city lord like this? The guard obviously didn't believe him, but he couldn't be blamed. After all, a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect had to be in the 9th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian didn't say much. He felt that if he could use violence, he should try not to use his mouth. Bang! Suddenly, a strong force exploded in front of the 6th stage martial path guard, instantly sending him flying. How dare you! When the other guard saw this, he immediately raised his sword and faced it. Chapter 100. However, before this person's front foot could land, a figure flashed to his side. Then a fist shot out, and like that guard, he was also sent flying. Zhang Lai, get out here! Yi Xian roared at the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Almost half of the people in the city could hear him. At that moment, the surrounding people were wondering who Zhang Lai was. However, in the next moment, they came to their senses. Zhang Lai was the governor of the City of Gold, who was so bold to challenge the governor of the City of Gold. In an instant, many people gathered around, only to see a young man standing outside the city lord's mansion. Was that him? Isn't that young man the son-in-law of the Xue family? Someone recognized Yi Xian. I see. The Xue family was found to have betrayed the country a few days ago. He must be here to save them. But betraying the country is a serious crime. They will be beheaded. Can he save them? That might not be the case. He is the disciple of the deputy sect leader of the Shattered Cloud sect. The Shattered Cloud sect is a large sect. I heard that the sect leader is a super powerful individual. Although there were many ordinary people in the crowd, there was no lack of well-informed people. Soon, more and more people gathered. Following that, many powerful individuals rushed out of the mansion. There were guards and consecrators that Zhang Lai had recruited. Brat, how dare you call the governor by his name in front of the mansion? A burly man walked out, surrounded by many powerful individuals. He had just appeared and someone recognized him. It's Chao Ba, the chief of guards of the mansion. I heard that he is a consecrator that the governor has just recruited. He used to be a teacher of the Shattered Sky sect. His strength is not to be underestimated. When the burly man walked out, the crowd could not help but take a step back. This was because Chao Ba was extremely cruel. He had already killed a few people this month. Furthermore, they were all innocent people. Therefore, his ferocious name had spread throughout the Million Gold City. After Chao Ba walked out, he looked around and his attention landed on Yi Xian. You are the one who is shouting? Yi Xian looked at him and felt the violent aura from him. He did not expect Zhang Lai to have recruited a martial artist in the 9th rank of the martial path. His luck was not bad. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. How dare you? You are courting death. Qiao Ba was also an impatient person. If there was a disagreement, he would immediately attack. He took a step forward and extended his hand to slap Yi Xian's face. If his bear-like hand were to slap an ordinary person's face, it would definitely be able to send their head flying. Before some people could close their eyes, a crisp sound rang out. At the same time, a group of people cried out in alarm. However, what they expected did not happen. Yi Xian was still standing at the same spot. Qiao Ba was no longer there. Where is Qiao Ba? I think he flew into the Castellan Manor. How is that possible? The group of people could not believe it. Those who did not close their eyes did not see Yi Xian's attack. They also did not see Qiao Ba fly out. Only a few martial artists saw an afterimage. Yi Xian did not care about Qiao Ba at all. After sending him flying with a punch, Yi Xian shouted again, Zhang Lai, come out. Who is looking for me? Before Yi Xian finished his words, a person walked out of the Castellan Manor. It was Zhang Lai, who had met Yi Xian once before. It's you? Zhang Lai exclaimed when he saw Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian was the murderer of his son. That's right. It's me. Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, he noticed that Zhang Lai's body was trembling when he saw him. It was obvious that Zhang Lai was flustered and exasperated. He could attack at any time. However, he knew Yi Xian's identity. He was the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. He could not act recklessly. Yi Xian, you are the murderer of my son. How dare you appear in front of me today? Zhang Lai said with an ashen face. What? When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. The young city lord of Thousand Gold City was killed? Moreover, it was the son-in-law of the Shui family? Now, the surrounding crowd finally understood why Zhang Lai captured Shui Hai. So this was the reason. Revenge. He was using his power to take revenge. City Lord Zhang, how dare you? You covet the Shui family's property and accuse them of betraying the country. How dare you? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai with a cold expression. You're lying. Zhang Lai was exposed by Yi Xian and immediately shouted. Whether I'm lying or not depends on the evidence. However, I only know that you captured my father-in-law and his family. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, the Shui family betrayed the country. The evidence is conclusive. Zhang Lai replied. I said that I only know that you captured my father-in-law and his family. Regardless of whether you have evidence or not, I hope that you can let them go. Although Yi Xian used the word hope, his attitude was very firm. If he did not let them go, he would not let the matter rest. Zhang Lai was a city lord after all, yet Yi Xian was actually acting so arrogantly in front of him. This was simply provoking his authority. He immediately shouted angrily, what big words? You're just a commoner, how dare you order me around? Hee, I'm just saying hope. However, if the city lord does not let them go, I have other ways to make the city lord release them. Yi Xian said with a smile. You think you have the right to make me release them? Zhang Lai did not care. Although Yi Xian's identity was not ordinary, he was in the territory of the Profound Sun Empire. Furthermore, he was an official of the Profound Sun Empire. Although his position was not high, it was still an official. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian? I'm just a commoner. Of course, I don't have the ability to make the city lord release them. However, the patrol inspector of the South Forest region, Ouyang Ming, should have the power to do so. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he suddenly took out a token. It was the token that Ouyang Ming gave him that day. Patrol inspector? Hearing this, Zhang Lai could not help but tremble. He saw the word Ouyang written on the token in Yi Xian's hand. The status of a patrol inspector was comparable to that of a duke. Impossible. How do you know Ouyang Ming? Zhang Lai could not believe it. Yi Xian snorted and threw the token in his hand over. Zhang Lai caught it and looked at it. His face instantly turned green. The material of the token was very special. It was the material of the profound Sun Empire's royal family. It was not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. Impossible. How does Yi Xian know the patrol inspector? This is impossible. Chapter 101. However, the token in Yi Xian's hand could not be fake. This was because he also had one. However, the quality of the token was not as good as the one in his hand. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was that Yi Xian obtained the token by accident. Two was that Yi Xian really knew Ouyang Ming. Mayor Zhang, please return the token to me. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Zhang Lai threw the token back. He didn't know what to do. City Lord Zhang, I wonder if you can release him now? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai with a smile that wasn't a smile. No! Zhang Lai subconsciously shouted. Yi Xian nodded slightly and smiled. Since Mayor Zhang does not believe me, then I can only go to South Forest City to look for Sir Ouyang. When the time comes, I believe Sir Ouyang will investigate who is the traitor. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's reaction. Not good. Zhang Lai's face instantly sank to the bottom. He didn't expect Yi Xian to leave just like that. He didn't give him any time to hesitate and immediately shouted, "Wait!" By the time he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already appeared a few dozen meters away. If Zhang Lai had shouted any slower, he would have disappeared from everyone's line of sight. He smiled and turned around. City Lord Zhang, is there anything else? Zhang Lai looked at him with a gloomy face and said slowly, Chao Ba, release him. Compromise, the mayor had compromised. Everyone present was shocked. The mayor of the City of Gold, who had always been a man of his word, actually compromised with Yi Xian. However, when they thought of the token in Yi Xian's hand, they calmed down. If Yi Xian really knew Patrol Inspector Ouyang Ming, then Zhang Lai would be in trouble. He would be accused of betraying the Xue family. If he was investigated, then his position as the mayor would be finished. He did not dare to take the risk, so he compromised. Not long after, Chao Ba led a group of people from the Xue family out. These people from the Xue family had spent the past few days in fear. They never thought that they would be able to see the light of day again. Yi Xian, is that you? When Xue Hai saw Yi Xian, he was enlightened. Speaking of which, his Xue family did not know many people. Who else could save the Xue family other than Yi Xian? Uncle, take a look. Are all the captured people here? Yi Xian looked at Xue Hai and asked. Xue Hai looked around and nodded. We're here. All the captured people are here. Yi Xian also looked around. There were about 30 to 40 people here, but he didn't see a single person. Uncle, where's consecrated Lian? Yi Xian suddenly remembered the former Shattering Cloud sect instructor who had helped him cover up the lie at the Xue family. Hearing this name, Xue Hai frowned and said, even the worshipper was beaten to death. Okay, I got it. This news made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. Although he had only met Lian Yuan once, Lian Yuan had helped him once. In order to take revenge, Zhang Lai not only captured everyone from the Xue family, but also beat them to death. Hence, he had to pay the price in blood. However, this was not the time to do so. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and said, Mayor Zhang, you've confiscated the Xue family. Other than releasing people, do you still have to compensate for your losses? Yi Xian, don't go too far. Zhang Lai immediately reprimanded him. The reason why he had compromised and released Xuesher and the rest was because they were no longer of much use. When he confiscated the Xue family's property, he had already taken away all the valuable items from the Xue family. Now, he had to return these items and compensate for his losses. This was absolutely impossible. One had to know that this was an astronomical figure. Let's not talk about this for now. My fiancée Xue Qingqing's portrait is still on the city gate. Shouldn't you release the arrest warrant? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai coldly snorted and ordered someone to release the arrest warrant at the city gate. Mayor Zhang, let's meet again next time. Yi Xian gave Zhang Lai a devilish smile. Then, he quickly left with Xue Hai and the rest and went to the inn where Xue Qingqing was hiding. Father! When Xue Qingqing saw Xue Hai, she immediately rushed over. She suddenly realized that Xue Hai had lost a lot of weight. Even his white hair had grown longer. Yi Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been dead. Xue Hai said with tears running down his cheeks. Uncle, this is all because of me. I'm the one who harmed you. However, you can't stay in Thousand Gold City anymore. Why don't you go to Lianyun City first? Yi Xian suggested. That's right. We have already fallen out with Zhang Lai. We can only leave. Lianyun City is a good place to go. Although I am penniless now, I, Xue Hai, believe that I can make a comeback. Xue Hai felt that it was a pity. All the properties of the Xue family were taken over by Zhang Lai. They were penniless and Lianyun City was just a small city. How could it be easy to make a comeback? Uncle, since that's the case, let's go now. Yi Xian said and left immediately. He went to buy a few carriages and prepared to escort Xue Hai and the rest to Lianyun City. Now that the Xue family's properties were confiscated, they were unable to pay those consecrators. Therefore, those consecrators left and some even joined the Zhang family. That afternoon, Yi Xian led the Xue family's team and rushed towards Lianyun City. There wasn't a single guard in the team. However, with Yi Xian around, they would be fine. On the way to Lianyun City, Yi Xian used Cultivation as an excuse to stay in one of the carriages. He also instructed the others not to disturb his cultivation. But in the evening, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quietly left. The purpose of his trip was to return to the city of 1,000 gold. If he didn't take revenge, he wasn't a gentleman. Zhang Lai confiscated the Xue family and even killed the consecrator who helped Yi Xian before. Therefore, Yi Xian returned to make Zhang Lai pay the price. The price of blood. Of course, before he left, he secretly told Guan Yulan about his plan. With Guan Yulan around, the team was relatively safe. The team didn't travel fast. Although they traveled for half a day, Yi Xian used his physique to return to 1,000 Gold City without much effort. Now that Xue Qingxing's arrest warrant had been issued, the number of guards at the city gates had decreased and they didn't need to search. Yi Xian disguised himself slightly and snuck into the city. At this moment, it was already night time. The Xue family just left and the Castellan mansion was destroyed. People will definitely suspect me. However, I don't care so much. So what if they suspect me? Chapter 102. Tonight was destined to not be a peaceful night. No one noticed that a black shadow had already entered the city lord's mansion. At this moment, there were two figures in one of the rooms of the Castellan manor. One of them was the mayor of the city of Gold, Zhang Lai, while the other was Chao Ba, who was sent flying by Yi Xian earlier in the day. Zhang Lai sat on a chair with a gloomy expression. His brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Castellan, are you going to let them go just like that? Chao Ba, who was standing in front of Zhang Lai, asked. I didn't expect that brat to know the patrol envoy. It seems that I can't touch that brat. However, I didn't expect the Xue family to be so rich. They have more assets than me, the Castellan. This is not bad. Furthermore, now that the Xue family has left the City of Gold, the City of Gold belongs to me. Congratulations, Castellan. Chao Ba hurriedly clasped his fist. Although he was sent flying by Yi Xian and suffered some injuries, he also heard that Fan Yu was crippled by Yi Xian. He couldn't afford to offend such a daring person. One had to know that there were many people who wanted to take revenge for Fan Yu. Other than the Sky-Cracking sect, there was also the Fan family of South Forest City. Just as Zhang Lai and Chao Ba were discussing how to develop the 1,000 Gold City in the future, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Castellan, someone has invaded. There are more than one people who want to attack the Castellan manor. Why are you reporting to me? Zhang Lai furrowed his brows and said. The guard who came to report swallowed his saliva and stammered, City Lord, it's an expert this time. He has already killed 8 of our guards. What? Chao Ba exclaimed. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Every group of guards in the Castellan manor had 10 people and they were all at least in the 6th rank of the martial path. 8 groups meant that there were 80 people. It seems that this person is at least in the 8th rank of the martial path. Castellan, I'll be back soon. Chao Ba left with a gloomy expression. After all, those who died were his subordinates. Zhang Lai did not mind. After all, he was the only one in power now. There would definitely be many people eyeing him. And Xiao Ba was his trusted aide, someone he had recruited with great difficulty. He believed that with Xiao Ba's strength, he would definitely be able to capture that thief and deliver him to him. However, this time he was wrong. Furthermore, he was very wrong. That's strange. Xiao Ba has already been gone for more than 10 minutes. Could it be that he couldn't do anything to that intruder with his strength? Zhang Lai was very surprised. Just as he was about to go out and take a look, he was shocked to find that someone had ambushed him. You dare to sneak attack me? You really overestimate yourself. Zhang Lai dodged the attack, but in the next moment, he was shocked to find that what he dodged was not a hidden weapon, nor an arrow, but a head. Moreover, he recognized this head. It belonged to Xiao Ba, the chief guard of the city lord's mansion. What? Zhang Lai started to panic. Xiao Ba was at the 9th rank of the martial path, the same as him. However, Xiao Ba's head had already been chopped off. This meant that the other party definitely had the ability to kill him. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my city lord's mansion? Although Zhang Lai was a little scared, he was a city lord and an official of the Xianyang Empire. Not everyone had the guts to kill him. City Lord Zhang, how have you been? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Shortly after, a black figure landed in his courtyard. It's a woman? Zhang Lai quickly thought for a moment, but he could not remember anything. He did not recognize this voice. This black figure was actually Yi Xian. Before sneaking into the city lord's mansion, he spent some Devourer points to buy a voice-changing bead from the Devourer system. He disguised himself as a mature woman. Coupled with his black clothes and the night sky, unless his mask fell off, he would not be recognized. City Lord Zhang is really forgetful. It seems that you have forgotten what you did to my family back then. Today, I am here to take revenge. Yi Xian purposely spoke very loudly so that the surrounding people could hear. Back then? Zhang Lai's face darkened. He had done too many things and he could not remember which clan this tall lady in front of him belonged to. Cut the crap, Zhang Lai. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian shouted and rushed in front of Zhang Lai. He then used his gloved right hand and punched Zhang Lai's chest. To be precise, he punched Zhang Lai's heart. Zhang Lai's heart stopped after receiving such a heavy blow. Yi Xian was in the middle stage 9th rank of the martial path. He was 1 rank higher than Zhang Lai. Furthermore, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and high-ranked martial arts. It was easy for him to kill Zhang Lai. The city lord is dead. Immediately, the guards outside scattered. Even Zhang Lai and Xiao Ba, who were in the 9th rank of the martial path, were dead. What was the point of them staying here? However, Yi Xian, who'd killed Zhang Lai, secretly revealed a smile. Merge with the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, Yi Xian said in his heart. The bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer was also a low-ranked bloodline. However, it was worth 300 devouring points, which was 3 times more than the 100 Beasts bloodline. The treasure-hunting deer, as its name suggested, was specialized in finding treasures. After merging with the bloodline, it could sense things with spiritual energy within a certain range. For example, medicinal herbs, pills, etc. It was also because of this that Yi Xian didn't leave Zhang Lai alive. Ding! Merging successful. A system notification sounded in his mind. Alright, let's start looking for treasures. After merging with the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were treasures around him. However, he did not know where they were. The bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer was only able to sense things, which was why it was so cheap. It seems like it is in Zhang Lai's study room. Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings, then strode into the study. The study room was not big, but there were a few bookshelves. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong the moment he entered. Something was wrong. He checked and soon found a mechanism. Gotcha! 2 rows of bookshelves suddenly moved apart, revealing a secret passage that led underground. Such a small trick, it won't stop me. Yi Xian snorted and then started to walk down. Before he reached the end, he saw a few special iron doors. However, these iron doors could only stop a martial artist of the martial path 8th rank. For Yi Xian, it was not difficult at all. After a while, Yi Xian looked at the huge pile of treasure chests in front of him and could not help but laugh out loud. This was probably the Zhang family's treasure vault. Perhaps, there were still things that they had plundered from the Shui family. Forget it, I will put them all into the devouring space first. Yi Xian did not care about anything else and kept all the treasures into the devouring space. Although he did not know if these were all of Zhang Lai's possessions, he knew that there were many more treasures in the mansion. Chapter 103. As the city lord, Zhang Lai must be extremely wealthy. Furthermore, there were many consecrators in the Zhang mansion, all of whom were under the care of Yi Xian. In this city, no one could stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian was like a vampire, sucking blood crazily. Not only that, he also found out about the properties of the Zhang family, including those of the Shui family. After leaving the city lord mansion, he went to these shops one by one. The elixir store, the weapon store, and the martial arts pavilion were all plundered. Awesome, this is so awesome. Just the silver notes alone add up to 200 million. After robbing the last restaurant, Yi Xian could not help but roar in his heart. Just the silver alone gave him 200 million. If he added the things he plundered, the income this time was at least 500 million. This was not even counting the treasure vault under the city lord's mansion. If he counted the treasure vault, it would be at least 700 to 800 million. Due to the incident in the city lord mansion, the city walls were closed in advance. However, even the special door of the city lord mansion's underground treasure vault could not stop Yi Xian, let alone these ordinary city gates. Not good, the city lord's murderer has escaped from the city. The guards shouted. Today, the city of gold was destined to be in chaos. The city lord was dead and the entire city lord mansion was plundered. Not only that, but the properties of the city lord mansion were also plundered. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. He was afraid that the higher-ups would only think that there was an expert who plundered the city lord mansion for money. While the city of gold was in chaos, Yi Xian had already rushed to the Shui family's carriage at full speed. Huff, huff, no one noticed. Yi Xian returned to his carriage and quickly changed his clothes. This time, his harvest was the biggest ever. He was prepared to leave the silver and the martial arts to the Shui family. As for the rest, he would devour them all. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak of martial realm 9th rank. After the trip to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that he had devoured so many things, he directly broke through to the peak of martial realm 9th rank. He was only one step away from martial realm 10th rank. Damn it, I need more and more things. I don't know if I will need more than 1 billion when I reach martial realm 10th rank. Yi Xian felt a headache in his heart. However, he always had a plan to earn money in his heart, but he never had a place to implement it. Let's buy an intermediate bloodline. Right now, Yi Xian was a nouveau riche. He had a total of 1,500 devour points, and he only needed 1,000 devour points to raise the wind-seeking leopard bloodline to the intermediate level. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian was stunned, the system prompted. Unable to fuse? Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed like it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. He had no choice but to give up and wait until he reached martial realm 10th rank. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the carriage, followed by a clear voice. Yi Xian, are you there? It was a lowly's voice. Obviously, it was Shui Qingqing and not Guan Yulan. Didn't I tell you not to look for me? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He clearly said not to disturb his cultivation. Fortunately, he came back early. Otherwise, wouldn't he be exposed? Come in, Yi Xian said. Then he saw a petite figure enter. It was Shui Qingqing. Shui Qingqing lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. But it was very dark inside the carriage. She could only vaguely see where Yi Xian was sitting. Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian asked. You are my fiancé. Must I have a reason to look for you? Shui Qingqing said with some dissatisfaction. Yes, of course. Yi Xian smiled. He said so much before because he didn't want others to find out that he went out. Now that he was back, he didn't need to care. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, in a few days, the city lord would have beheaded my family. Shui Qingqing said with gratitude. You just said that I am your fiancé. If I don't help you, who will? Yi Xian said. Okay, then I won't be unreasonable. Xue Qingqing smiled and continued, That big sister, is she your senior sister? Yi Xian nodded, yes. He knew that Xue Qingqing was talking about Guan Yulan. However, it didn't matter whether Guan Yulan was his junior sister or senior sister. In terms of age, Guan Yulan was older than him. But in terms of strength, he was much stronger than her. How long have I been in the Shattering Cloud sect and I already know such a beautiful senior sister? Didn't I say not to attract bees and butterflies? Xue Qingqing wrinkled her nose with dissatisfaction. I didn't. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't want to get involved, but what could he do when Guan Yulan threw herself at him? However, in the next moment he was also stunned. I'll forgive you this time. Don't do it again. Xue Qingqing suddenly compromised. Damn, is this a tacit agreement? Yi Xian was a little helpless. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a white figure came in. It was Guan Yulan. When Guan Yulan saw Xue Qingqing enter the carriage, she knew that Yi Xian had returned. She carefully looked at Yi Xian and made sure that he wasn't injured before she let out a sigh of relief. However, what made Yi Xian even more helpless was that the two girls actually started chatting. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They completely ignored Yi Xian. As for the howling moon silver wolf cub, Qingyu, it quietly laid beside Yi Xian with a helpless expression. Because they were traveling by carriage, the Xue family's fleet wasn't very fast. They only arrived at Lianyun City after about a week. At this moment, Yi Xian brought them to the Yi family and contacted the Lin family to hold a meeting. Although Lianyun City was only a small city, the three great families were confident that they could develop it into a big city. As long as it flourished to a certain extent, it could be promoted to a big city. At that time, they could appoint a city lord. Yi Xian also returned the 200 million taels of silver to the Xue family. Although the Xue family's business was gone, Xue Hai was a businessman. He knew many people. As long as they had the funds, it wouldn't be difficult for them to make a comeback. Yi Xian didn't take out the martial arts from the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, he still had his principles. As for the martial arts he obtained, he took out a few copies of them and sent them to the three great families. It was almost the new year and Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to return to the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan also didn't have anything to do, so she agreed to Yi Xian to stay in the Yi family for the new year. Chapter 104. It was the same for a large clan like the Yi clan. However, there were many of them. They set up a banquet in the martial arts field. Regardless of whether they had the surname Yi or not, they all celebrated together. However, on this festive day, something big happened in the Yi clan. Suddenly, a person barged into the Yi family. After killing a few Yi family guards, he suddenly died. Hearing this, Yi Zhang hurriedly brought people over. However, when he saw the dead person, his face turned pale. He hurriedly returned to the martial arts field and called Yi Xian over. Yi Xian did not know about this. However, when he saw the dead person, he was completely shocked. This person was wearing the Shattering Cloud sect's uniform. Moreover, it was an elder's uniform. Who is it? Yi Xian turned the elder over and exclaimed, Elder Lu. The person who suddenly broke into the Yi clan and started a massacre was actually Lu Buping's grandfather, Elder Lu Qi. Instantly, Yi Xian understood the ins and outs of the situation. That day, we went to the Blackwater Lake together. We might have been seen by a bandit. This Lu Qi found out about this. However, I lied to him. Therefore, he thought that I had something to do with Lu Buping's death. Therefore, he came to take revenge. However, how did he die? Yi Xian began to investigate the cause of death. When he opened Elder Lu's clothes, he was shocked to find that Elder Lu's entire left chest had collapsed. He was killed by a punch. Elder Lu was a martial artist in the middle of the 10th realm of the martial path. To be able to kill him with one punch, I'm afraid that the person is at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. However, Yi Xian did not understand. However, when he saw the corpses of the Yi clan guards, a possibility flashed through his mind. The last time they went to destroy the Chun clan, the Lianyun city lord sent 2 teams of city guards to the Yi and Lin clans. The Lin clan had Lin Xiao, but the Yi clan did not have any experts. However, the Yi clan was fine at that time. At that time, they thought that it was a passing expert who saved them. However, it seemed that this matter was still a little strange. Could it be that someone is secretly protecting my Yi family? A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. This possibility was indeed there, and it was very high. Otherwise, why would Lu Qi die here? Uncle, this person is only wearing the clothes of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, this matter is of great importance. You must remember not to spread this news, Yi Xian hastily said to Yi Zhang. I understand. Yi Zhang explained clearly. Fortunately, only 3 guards and 2 servants knew about this matter. Immediately, he ordered the servants to bury these guards who had died in the line of duty. He also ordered them to remove Lu Qi's clothes and burn them. Although Yi Xian did not know who that expert was, nor did he know why he wanted to protect the Yi family, he had a faint guess in his heart that this expert might be related to his father, who had left home for many years. A murder during the new year was not a good sign, but there was nothing they could do about it. Fortunately, Lu Qi was killed by a mysterious expert. Otherwise, even Yi Xian would not be able to stop him if he behaved atrociously in the Yi family. Although this little episode was a little frightening, fortunately, it had been dealt with. Not many people knew about it. Even Guan Yulan was kept in the dark. Yi Xian only needed to pretend that he did not know anything. After the new year, Yi Xian stayed in Lianyun City for a few days. Then he prepared to report back to the Shattering Cloud sect with Guan Yulan. This time, he was going to report to Zhou Cong in the Shattering Cloud sect. Then he would go to South Forest City to find Ouyang Ming. At this time, Yi Xian had already set off with Guan Yulan. The target has left the city. Follow. Although Qin Yu's growth was very fast and had grown to the size of a big yellow dog in less than a month, its strength could be considered a rank 3 monster. However, its size was not enough for Guan Yulan to ride. Therefore, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan still had to ride back to the Shattering Cloud sect. However, what they did not know was that there was a team following closely behind. This team was very cautious. Even Yi Xian did not notice them. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he finally noticed this team. However, they were already charging towards him. As soon as Yi Xian entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a team rushing towards him. There were a total of 6 people in this team. However, they were very fast. They were at least martial arts level 9 martial artists. They don't come with good intentions. Yi Xian reacted instantly. He immediately jumped off his horse with a cautious look on his face. He was not 100% sure that these 6 people were coming for him. Therefore, he could not attack first. Guan Yulan also noticed this and lightly landed on the ground. Not only that, but even Qin Yu let out a low growl. It clearly felt the hostility. The 6 people rushed over quickly and finally stopped about 20 meters in front of Yi Xian. The leader was a middle-aged man. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled coldly. What's the matter? Yi Xian looked at the 6 people and asked curiously. You know that we're here for you. How dare you stop? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said, Why wouldn't I? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then we won't waste time. The 6 of us have been following you all the way from Lianyun City. Our goal is to kill you. The middle-aged man revealed his intentions. As expected, hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. These 6 people did not come with good intentions. He was already prepared for battle. However, he still asked curiously, Who are you? You crippled my young master. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yi Xian instantly reacted. So they were here to avenge Fan Yu. So you're from the Skycracking sect? Yi Xian snorted. No, we're from South Forest City, the Fan family. The middle-aged man shook his head. This answer also stunned Yi Xian for a moment. These people were actually from South Forest City. So you're from Fan Yu's family. Yi Xian's face darkened. This was because the Fan family was actually from South Forest City. South Forest City was the county city of South Forest region. It was the place where the second-rank prince of South Forest lived. Its prosperity exceeded that of ordinary big cities. The families in it were also incomparable to the Yi family. Alright kid, since you know who I am, then you should go. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian and continued, act according to the plan. The reason why they chose to act here was because there were often killings and robberies here. After killing Yi Xian, they just had to throw his body into the wild to feed the demonic beasts. That way, no one would be able to find any evidence and they did not have to worry about being discovered by the skycracking sect. Yi Xian looked at the 6 people who were at daggers drawn. The spiritual energy in his body began to surge. He suddenly felt that the middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. He was afraid that the middle-aged man in front of him was a martial artist in the 10th realm of the martial path. However, he did not know what realm he was in. Chapter 105. Kill! At the middle-aged man's command, the 5 people behind him rushed out and attacked Yi Xian from both sides. You go first, Yi Xian said hurriedly. Guan Yulan was conflicted. She wasn't strong and would only be a burden if she stayed. Therefore, she nodded slightly and left with Qinyu. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the cloud-piercing bow from the devouring space and shot an attack. What? The 6 people were stunned as a word flashed through their minds. An interspatial ring. Immediately, the 6 of them revealed greedy expressions. However, 2 of them were suddenly hit in the head by 2 streams of energy. Their heads exploded and they died on the spot. Peak 9th realm? That's impossible! The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When Yi Xian crippled Yi Xian, he was only in the early 9th realm of the martial path. Therefore, the Fan family sent 5 experts in the early 9th realm to kill Yi Xian. However, the higher-ups of the Fan family sent another martial artist in the 10th realm just to be safe. That was the middle-aged man. They didn't expect that Yi Xian's cultivation would suddenly increase by 2 realms. If it were the original 5, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yi Xian. Fortunately, they sent another martial artist in the 10th realm. What a strong talent! You can't be allowed to live. The middle-aged man shouted, you guys go and capture that girl. I'll deal with this brat. He sneered in his heart. Yi Xian had an interspatial ring. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the interspatial ring would be his and he wouldn't have to stay in the Fan family anymore. However, the remaining 3 martial artists in the early 9th realm were unmoved. They charged straight at Yi Xian. They couldn't resist the temptation of the interspatial ring. However, Yi Xian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these 3 people who overestimated themselves. Pooh! 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 Dozens of light arrows shot out and instantly sank into the foreheads of the 3 people. These 3 people were instantly killed just like the previous 2 people. Now that Yi Xian was at the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path, he could draw the golden eagle bow to its fullest. Only a 10th stage martial path cultivator would be able to dodge his attack. As for those 5 people, they were only at the 9th stage of the martial path. They were killed before they could even react. Damn it! The middle-aged man snorted coldly in his heart. How dare you try to snatch my interspatial ring? You are really courting death. However, these 5 people had also bought him some time. At this moment, he had already rushed to Yi Xian's side and punched out. After dealing with the 5 small fries, Yi Xian instantly put his golden eagle bow into his Devourer space and counterattacked. Boom! The shock waves from the collision of spiritual energy spread out like waves. The 2 of them exchanged a punch, but neither of them had the upper hand. How is that possible? The 2 of them exclaimed in shock. Yi Xian estimated that his punch was much stronger than that of an early 10th stage martial path cultivator. However, his opponent was actually able to fight evenly with him. This person's physique is so strong. I'm afraid he has tempered his physique. Yi Xian reacted. He was using a 9th grade martial art, and his opponent was also using a 9th grade martial art. In terms of spiritual energy, he was 1 realm lower, but his strongest attribute was his physique. The fact that his opponent was able to close the gap was enough to prove that he had tempered his physique. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked, but he did not think too much about it. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill Yi Xian, seize his interspatial ring, and then leave Nanlin County. However, he was also a tempered martial artist. When he saw someone who could be compared to him, he naturally wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom, boom, boom. This area was instantly swept up by a sandstorm, and loud rumbles continued. In these 10 seconds, Yi Xian and the middle-aged man had exchanged no less than 100 punches. The ground was bombarded by them, as if it was hit by meteorites. This kid is really difficult to deal with, but the middle-aged man also realized how strong Yi Xian was, but his eyes flashed. Through Yi Xian's body, he saw Guan Yulan, who was watching from a distance. Capture her and threaten this kid. The middle-aged man immediately had a plan in his mind. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he saw the middle-aged man retreating. However, he followed the middle-aged man's gaze and found Guan Yulan. Oh no, he wants to use Yulan to threaten me. Yi Xian instantly saw through his opponent's intentions. At this moment, the middle-aged man began to run towards Guan Yulan. What a joke! I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to speed. Yi Xian burst into full speed and caught up with the middle-aged man in an instant. He aimed a punch at the middle-aged man's back. So fast. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He knew that Yi Xian's physique was amazing, but he did not expect it to be this fast. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Yi Xian's punch. Just now, Yi Xian saw that there was only one person left, so he wanted to have a good fight with him. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man would have designs on Guan Yulan. This was unforgivable. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to court death yourself. You can't blame me for this. A dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will be enraged. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was enraged. After the middle-aged man took Yi Xian's punch, he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The latter's powerful punches landed on his body crazily, causing him to scream in pain. I'll use this move to end you, heart-shattering palm. Yi Xian's body suddenly surged with a large amount of spiritual energy, which gathered in his palm. Then he quickly and accurately hit the middle-aged man's heart. Bang! In an instant, the dense spiritual energy rushed into the middle-aged man's body and tore his heart apart. Gurgle, gurgle. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he spat out a large amount of blood. With the heart torn apart, even a true spirit realm expert would not be able to survive. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Yi Xian coldly snorted. This fan family was really generous, to be able to summon so many experts all of a sudden. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was no longer the same as before, the outcome would have been hard to say. Unfortunately, these people came out on a mission and did not bring anything good with them. Therefore, Yi Xian's spoils were not much, only about 1,000,000 taels. As for the 6 corpses, Yi Xian simply threw them in the wilderness. If there were any demonic beasts passing by, they would definitely not miss them. After dealing with these 6 people, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan continued on their way. They only stopped to rest when night fell. Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian and finally could not help but ask, after returning to the sect, are you going to South Forest City? Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 106. Then be careful. Guan Yulan reminded him. Suddenly she felt a little uneasy. She felt that if she was separated from Yi Xian this time, it wouldn't be so easy to see him again. Don't worry. After a while, I think I'll be able to break through to the 10th stage of the martial path. When that time comes, this competition will be a piece of cake. Yi Xian said confidently. Guan Yulan nodded silently. Yi Xian's aptitude was probably unmatched in the entire Nanlin region. The two of them were silent for a while. Guan Yulan pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Yi Xian. She stammered, Yi Xian, I have something to say to you. Ever since the last incident, Guan Yulan had a special feeling for Yi Xian. She had always hidden it in her heart. But for some reason, when she heard that Yi Xian was going to participate in the imperial capital competition, she felt that if she didn't say it now, it would be too late. Yi Xian raised his head. When he saw Guan Yulan's expression, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Damn, is this girl going to confess to me? I'm not ready yet. In his previous life, Yi Xian was still an out-and-out otaku. Goddesses and whatnot were far away from him. But now, a goddess-level girl was confessing to him. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, he still forced himself to be calm and said coldly, "What?" The light of the fire shone on Guan Yulan's rosy face. Her bashful appearance made Yi Xian a little unable to control himself. Guan Yulan hesitated for a while before finally opening her mouth. Hiss! However, at this moment, a voice suddenly fell into their ears. Beside them, Qing Yu immediately let out a low roar when she heard it. There was movement. Damn, who's disturbing my good time? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Yi Xian suddenly shouted in his heart. After a while, he might be able to live a happy life. Who knew that someone would disturb him? Yi Xian stood up angrily and shouted. He swore in his heart that if it was a human that came, he would beat that human into a pig's head. If it was a demonic beast, he would beat it into a pig demon. But in the next moment, his expression froze. This sound started to flutter, and it was getting closer and closer. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. By the time he reacted, a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a person. Yi Xian's face was full of vigilance. He looked at the figure more than 10 meters in front of him and shouted, "Sir, what do you want?" "Don't be nervous, it's me." This figure suddenly walked out from the darkness. When Yi Xian saw this person's face, his body trembled slightly. Wasn't this his master? "Master, why are you here?" Yi Xian relaxed and asked in surprise. Guan Yulan was also very surprised. How did Zhou Tsang find them? I suddenly heard that Fan Yu's background is not as simple as being the first disciple of the Sky-Cracking sect. He is from the Fan family of South Forest City. I was worried that the Fan family would make a move on you, so I came down the mountain to find you. Zhou Tsang saw that Yi Xian was fine and also let out a sigh of relief. "Master, don't worry. Your disciple won't die so easily." Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. He didn't know why, but his heart had been beating violently since Zhou Tsang appeared, as if something big was about to happen. "That's good." Zhou Tsang nodded and then walked to Yi Xian's side. But in the next moment, his cliff-like wrinkles trembled and he said in shock, "Peak of the 9th stage of the martial path?" As expected of someone who is half a step into the true spirit realm. Yi Xian was secretly impressed and nodded, "Yes, master. Your disciple went down the mountain to do a training mission. By chance, I had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path." Zhou Tsang was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. In just a short month, Yi Xian actually broke through to the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path. This was definitely unprecedented. Not only was Yi Xian's aptitude high, but his luck was also very good. However, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. "Good, this is really good." Zhou Tsang was so excited that he couldn't speak. Although Yi Xian felt that it was strange, he didn't think too much about it. Since he met Zhou Tsang here, it meant that he didn't need to return to the Shattering Cloud sect and could directly go to South Forest City. He immediately told Zhou Tsang about Ouyang Ming's matter. What? The Imperial Patrol? After Zhou Tsang heard the story, he was shocked because Yi Xian had given him too many surprises. Yes, this disciple returned to the Shattering Cloud sect this time to inform you that this disciple wishes to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Tsang hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine, but this time, I came down the mountain to find you for another matter. Come with me to a place first, then we'll leave." "Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian frowned and asked curiously, "What is it?" "You'll know when you get there. This way we'll leave immediately," Zhou Tsang said to Guan Yulan. "So urgent?" Yi Xian asked. Zhou Tsang explained, "The Imperial Patrol has a noble status. You can't be negligent. I've also heard of this tournament. It will be a very good stage, so you must prepare properly." "All right." Yi Xian nodded. The scale of this tournament was very large. After all, there were many influential people in the profound Sun Imperial capital. Their subordinates' aptitude might not be as good as his, but he didn't have an advantage in terms of age. "Yulan, you can go back to the Shattering Cloud sect by yourself," Zhou Tsang suddenly said to Guan Yulan. Although she was very unwilling, Guan Yulan could only nod slightly. Who told Zhou Tsang to appear at such a crucial time? Therefore, she could only wait for Yi Xian to come back and say what she had been hiding in her heart. All right, let's go. Zhou Tsang seemed to be a little impatient and hurriedly said. Yi Xian was also very helpless. Zhou Tsang could have come at any time, but he just had to appear now. What a pity, in a while, he might be able to leave the ranks of the single dogs. Then he followed Zhou Tsang and left. The Fan family had already sent a large number of experts. It was obvious that they were determined to win, so Yi Xian wasn't worried about Guan Yulan's safety and left with Zhou Tsang. The confused Yi Xian followed Zhou Tsang and left. They were very fast. It only took them one night to leave through the shortcut of the 9th mountain range. Then, Zhou Tsang brought Yi Xian in another direction. Along the way, Zhou Tsang asked Yi Xian a few things, mostly about Ouyang Ming and the tournament in the imperial capital. Chapter 107. A day later, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a rather desolate mountain, the kind where even demonic beasts wouldn't roam. After arriving, Zhou Tsang brought Yi Xian directly to a small house at the top of the mountain. Before Yi Xian could ask, Zhou Tsang pointed to a large bathtub in the house and said, "Come, jump in." What? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Tsang in astonishment, then glanced at the large bathtub. He saw that the large bathtub was already filled with liquid, but it was red. Before he could open his mouth, a strong smell of blood drifted over, causing him to frown uncontrollably. The smell of blood reminded him of the scene in the Valley of Corpses. This is a medicinal liquid that I personally concocted for you. It contains the blood of 100 different demonic beasts and a large amount of supplementary herbs. As long as you soak in it for a day, your physique will be greatly improved and it can even unblock your meridians. It will be beneficial for your future cultivation, Zhou Tsang explained. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The blood of demonic beasts could strengthen his physique and unblock his meridians? Holy shit, this is good stuff. He immediately looked at Zhou Tsang with tears of gratitude. He didn't doubt Zhou Tsang at all. After all, Zhou Tsang was his master. Yi Xian had heard of disciples murdering their masters, but he had never heard of a master harming a disciple. Furthermore, he didn't have anything that Zhou Tsang coveted, so Zhou Tsang had no reason to harm him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly jumped into the large bathtub without even taking off his clothes. But in the next moment, his expression changed. He realized that the truth was not what he had imagined. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Detoxification commencing. When Yi Xian jumped into the bathtub, this sentence rang out in his mind. The 100-flower bloodline could make Yi Xian immune to 100 types of poison, but that was only limited to 100 types of poison. If it was a high-grade poison, the 100-flower bloodline could only slowly detoxify it. What made Yi Xian's face turn pale was that after he jumped into the bathtub, he couldn't move his entire body. Only his head, which was above the water, could move. "Master, why can't I move my body?" Yi Xian asked in shock. Don't be afraid. This medicinal liquid contains the sap of the 1,000 silver flower. It can numb your body temporarily. Zhou Tsang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Xian's expression. 1,000 silver flower? Yi Xian quickly searched his mind but couldn't find any relevant memories. Previously, when he was in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would look at some maps when he was bored. Among them, there were records of heavenly treasures so that he wouldn't be unable to recognize them when he encountered them in the future. However, he had never heard of this 1,000 silver flower. At this moment, his entire body was submerged in the water. Apart from his head, he could not feel anything. It was as if he only had a head. It seemed that the effect of the 1,000 silver flower was very strong. Even the 100-flower bloodline was not immune to it. He could only slowly detoxify it. No, something's wrong. He has other intentions. Yi Xian recalled Zhou Tsang's expression and began to suspect something. However, he wasn't too worried because the devouring system could devour anything. Even if his body couldn't move, as long as his hands were still in the water, he could devour the entire bathtub. Furthermore, even if the effect of the 1,000 silver flower was very strong, the 100-flower bloodline had already started to detoxify it. Before Yi Xian purchased the 100-flower bloodline, he only knew that it had two effects. One was to increase one's recovery ability and the other was to make one immune to poison. However, after Yi Xian purchased the 100-flower bloodline, he discovered that it had a hidden effect. It would automatically detoxify the poison after being poisoned. The stronger the poison, the slower the detoxification process. However, as long as one was poisoned once and successfully detoxified the poison, one's body would develop a resistance to it. Even if one were to encounter the same poison in the future, they wouldn't be poisoned again. This was something that Yi Xian only found out after purchasing the 100-flower bloodline, so he wasn't worried. Master, your disciple suddenly needs to pee, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. Nonsense. You can't feel anything in your body. How can you feel that way? I spent a lot of effort to concoct this medicinal liquid. You stay here, Master will go out for a while. Zhou Tsang snorted coldly, then left Yi Xian behind. He was very confident in the medicinal liquid that he had concocted. He really left. Yi Xian heard the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Zhou Tsang really left. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He felt that his master, whom he had only met a few times, had an ulterior motive. However, what was his master after? Could it be that he saw me devouring something by chance and thought that I had an interspatial ring? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Although this was possible, someone who casually gave him 30,000 Shattering Cloud sect points shouldn't be after this. No matter what his motive is, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Enter the devouring space. Yi Xian thought. Then the entire bathtub, along with the turbid liquid inside, suddenly disappeared. Then his entire body went limp on the floor. The 1,000 silver flowers anesthetic effect was still there, but after Yi Xian came out, he clearly felt that the detoxification effect had improved significantly. At this rate it should be gone in 10 minutes. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He prayed that Zhou Tsang wouldn't come back in this period of time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain. However, his worries were unnecessary. After 10 minutes, he was finally able to move his body. However, after regaining his mobility, he didn't immediately escape. Instead, he took out the tub of medicinal liquid and entered it again. As expected, that 1,000 silver flower has no effect on me. Yi Xian stretched his hand into the air and laughed loudly. The 100-flower bloodline had already detoxified the poison. At the same time, his poison resistance had also increased. From now on, poisons like this would no longer be effective on him. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether or not to escape, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside. F***, he's back? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He quickly stretched his hand down and returned to his previous posture. Clang! The wooden door was pushed open. The person who came in was indeed Zhou Tsang, who had just left. Disciple, Master is back. Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Now, your physique is probably quietly changing. Do you feel it? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly nodded and said, Yes, there's a change. Nonsense, you still don't feel it. How can you feel it? However, this medicinal liquid was specially prepared by me. It can greatly improve your physique, but it will take about a day to completely absorb it. Zhou Tsang smiled. Chapter 108. It's actually true. This medicinal liquid can actually improve my physique and unblock my meridians. Yi Xian was shocked. At this time, he was a little suspicious. Did Zhou Tsang have any ulterior motives towards him? Take your time. Before you finish absorbing, Master will recommend someone to you. After Zhou Tsang finished speaking, under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, he walked out of the wooden house, grabbed a person, and threw it in front of Yi Xian. This person wore a green robe and was around 18 years old. However, his entire body was cold and white, and there was no sign of life. Master, who is this? Yi Xian looked at the corpse's face and asked in astonishment. I think you should have heard of his name. His name is Zhongyang. Zhou Tsang replied. Zhongyang? Yi Xian was indeed very familiar with this name because this person was the #1 inner disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. What? Zhongyang? How could it be him? Yi Xian exclaimed. Zhou Tsang smiled and said, "It was Master who killed him." This answer also made Yi Xian's face stiffen. Zhou Tsang killed Zhongyang? Do you find it inconceivable? As the vice sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, why would I kill the number one inner disciple, Zhongyang? Zhou Tsang smiled indifferently and asked in return, "Do you know how old Master is this year?" Yi Xian shook his head. Zhou Tsang's face was very old. He looked to be around 70 years old. Master is actually 90 years old this year. Master didn't suffer any serious injuries in his early years, so he was able to live until now. However, I can already feel that I don't have 2 more years to live unless I can break through to the true spirit realm. Zhou Tsang laughed self-deprecatingly. However, with my aptitude, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through to the true spirit realm. However, I don't want to die, so I began to cultivate an evil cultivation method that I once obtained. Yi Xian listened quietly, his eyes flashing. He already knew what Zhou Tsang wanted to do. When this evil cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can seize another person's body. I'm already old, so I grabbed Zhongyang and began to prepare. Originally, the best candidate in my heart was Fan Yu. However, Fan Yu stayed in the heaven-cracking sect all year round, so I couldn't do anything to him. But then, you suddenly appeared. Although you are young, your talent far surpasses Fan Yu's. So, you are the target of my possession. After hearing Zhou Tsang's words, Yi Xian's face sank. He had already guessed Zhou Tsang's intentions, but he didn't expect it to be his body. Possession. Damn, such a terrifying thing was going to happen to him twice? A 16-year-old peak LV9 martial path realm. If I get your body, I can break through to the true spirit realm before the age of 30? No, before the age of 25. In the future, I can even aim for the true energy realm, or even the true profound realm. Zhou Tsang couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian's face darkened. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. Someone was actually plotting to seize his body. This wasn't going according to the script. In his fantasy, after Zhou Tsang saw his aptitude, he would do his best to help him and throw all his wealth on him to help him break through. But he didn't expect the reality to be the complete opposite. Is it really possible to seize another person's body? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He wasn't very sure because this body was exactly the same as his body on Earth. Even the mole was in the same position. So, he wasn't sure if his body was transmigrated or if the unlucky guy's body was exactly the same as his. I'm not very sure because I haven't heard of such cases. But I can only live for 2 more years. I have no choice but to stake everything on this. If I fail, I'll just die earlier. Zhou Tsang shook his head and sighed. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably treat you like a treasure and nurture you. However, I can't do anything about it. Yi Xian, don't blame your master. Blame? If I could beat you now, I would have killed you long ago. How dare you covet your own disciple's body? F***CKU. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. I've already entrusted the matters of the Shattering Cloud sect to the various elders. If I fail, then you'll be the vice sect leader. If I succeed, then I'll lead the Shattering Cloud sect to glory. Zhou Tsang said, then asked, "Disciple, don't worry. If I succeed, I'll definitely treat your Yi family and Yulan well. If you have any last wishes, you can tell me. I'll definitely do it for you." Hearing this, the veins on Yi Xian's forehead popped out. This Zhou Tsang was indeed a beast with a human face. Just a moment ago, he looked helpless, but now his true colors were revealed. He was already in his 90s, but he was still thinking about Guan Yulan? It seems that I can't let the tiger return to the mountain. You damn old man, I must send you to see Buddha. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Master, your disciple only has one last wish. I hope you can do it for me. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it. F***CKU. The smile on Zhou Tsang's face disappeared in an instant, but it soon reappeared. Don't worry. This 1,000 silver flower can paralyze you for 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll begin the possession. After he finished speaking, he kicked Zhongyang's corpse out of the wooden house. Then, he sat in front of Yi Xian and closed his eyes. Damn, This old man is at the peak of the 10th rank of the martial path. With my current realm, if I were to fight him one-on-one, my balls would definitely be crushed by him. So, I can only find an opportunity to sneak attack him. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Cong, who wasn't vigilant at all, and thought to himself. Although he could now challenge those of a higher realm, the difference in strength between him and Zhou Cong was too big. He was afraid that he wouldn't be Zhou Cong's opponent. However, there was still a way to improve his strength, and that was this barrel of medicinal liquid. His physique was indeed improving, and the impurities in his meridians were also disappearing bit by bit. So, he wanted to sneak attack Zhou Cong one day later, when Zhou Cong was about to possess him. This Zhou Cong didn't seem to be on guard at all. If the sneak attack was right, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Even if it wasn't, he would still be able to heavily injure him. Thus, he still had a high chance of winning. After all, Zhou Cong would never have thought that he had already removed the numbing effect of the 1,000 silver flower. Even if I devour the golden eagle bough, I'm afraid that it won't let me break through to the 10th rank of the martial path. Could it be that I can only use the points to raise my wind-chasing leopard bloodline to the intermediate rank, then immediately escape after the sneak attack? No, my level isn't high enough. If I forcefully raise my wind-chasing leopard bloodline, there will be a danger of my body exploding. It's better to be conservative. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this time, he suddenly thought of the reason why Zhou Cong was so calm. Wasn't it because of this barrel of medicinal liquid? 2 rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. He'd already thought of a countermeasure. Chapter 109. However, Zhou Cong was at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. Even if Yi Xian had broken through to the 10th stage of the martial path, his chances of winning were slim. Therefore, he chose to absorb the essence of the medicinal liquid to strengthen his physique. Then he would launch a sneak attack on Zhou Cong. Alright, let's do that. You old geezer, since you're interested in my body, I'll kill you. Yi Xian snorted inwardly. Time passed little by little. Although Zhou Cong was cultivating with his eyes closed, Yi Xian felt that this wasn't a good time to attack. A martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path had extremely fast reflexes. His sneak attack might fail, so it was better to wait until the time of possession. Soon a day had passed. During this time, Yi Xian sat quietly in the bathtub, not moving at all. His butt was about to grow hemorrhoids. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. After a day in the bathtub, his physique had improved by at least 30%. Right now, he was very confident that he could fight a martial artist at the middle of the 10th stage of the martial path. At this time, Zhou Cong suddenly opened his eyes. I've absorbed most of the medicinal liquid's essence. My disciple, are you mentally prepared? Zhou Cong stood up and said. Yi Xian snorted. Old geezer, I have a feeling that you're dead meat this time. However, Zhou Cong misunderstood this sentence. He thought that Yi Xian was referring to his failure to possess Zhou Cong. If I fail, then that's my fate. If I succeed, then I'll replace you and become the strongest of my generation. Zhou Cong walked in front of Yi Xian and suddenly stretched out 2 withered hands. With my strength, it's easy to subdue you. However, do you know why I used the 1,000 silver flower to paralyze your entire body? Because next, my fingers will pierce your temples and make contact with your brain. What? After hearing this, Yi Xian's scalp went numb. This evil technique actually had to do this during possession? When Yi Xian thought about his temples being pierced, he wanted to directly kill this old geezer. Alright, just accept your fate. Zhou Cong stretched out his hand, preparing to tap Yi Xian's temple. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He hurriedly said, Wait. If you have any last words, just say them. Zhou Cong's hand suddenly stopped. If *CK your grandfather. Yi Xian roared and suddenly stood up. With lightning speed, he blasted out a palm strike, accurately hitting Zhou Cong's heart. Bang! This palm was a rank 10 martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect, the heart-shattering palm. That dense spiritual energy directly entered Zhou Cong's body and mercilessly tore at his heart. However, the latter was still at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. His spiritual energy was an entire realm higher than Yi Xian's, so Yi Xian's palm was not enough to kill him. What? Zhou Tsang's eyes widened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his spiritual energy to block some of it. Otherwise, this palm strike would have been enough to tear his heart apart. He could not understand how Yi Xian, who was soaking in the wooden tub, could suddenly stand up and attack him, almost killing him. He's not dead? Yi Xian was stunned. Then his eyes flashed. He swept out his hand and directly splashed the turbid medicinal liquid on Zhou Tsang's face. Although the essence of the medicinal liquid had been absorbed by Yi Xian, the 1,000 silver flowers effect was still present. When the pool of blood splashed onto Zhou Tsang's face, it immediately numbed his face. Not good. Zhou Tsang's face was numbed, but his brain could still move. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a sea of red covering the sky and earth. But Zhou Tsang was drenched in blood. It was Yi Xian who had poured the entire tub of medicinal liquid on him. This time, his entire body was numb. The 1,000 silver flower was an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Even experts of the true spirit realm would be affected by it, and Zhou Tsang was not yet at the true spirit realm, so he could not resist it. "How, old man, you didn't expect this, did you? I said you would die." A long sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. With a sweep, Zhou Tsang's head flew up. Plop. The stiff head fell to the ground and blood splashed onto the ceiling. Blood was still spurting from the neck. It was a ghastly sight. After seeing the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, Yi Xian was no longer surprised by such a scene. However, this time, there was no danger. Fortunately, Zhou Tsang was a martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. If he was an expert of the true spirit realm, Yi Xian's spiritual energy would have been instantly dispersed by the true spirit realm. "Old man, you dare to have ideas about my body? You really don't want to live anymore. When you go to hell, remember to send my regards to your grandfather." Yi Xian coldly snorted. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits from Zhou Tsang, he would definitely not show mercy to this person who had a human face but a beast heart. However, it was a pity that this tub of medicinal liquid was wasted. In Yi Xian's imagination, the 1,000 silver flower might be a kind of spiritual grass that was very precious. If he collected it, it might be useful in the future. However, Yi Xian did not think so much at that time and threw the entire tub, causing it to seep into the ground. Then Yi Xian searched for a bit, but did not find anything good on Zhou Tsang's body. There was nothing nearby either. It seemed that the good things were hidden in other places, and not in the Shattering Cloud sect. In desperation, Yi Xian could only bury Zhou Tsang and Zhong Yang's bodies and then leave this place. Zhou Tsang did not have an interspatial ring, so I don't know where to hide the good things. Even if I return to the Shattering Cloud sect, I won't be able to find anything. I'd better go directly to South Forest City. Yi Xian thought and headed in a certain direction. He was very grateful to Zhou Tsang. Although he did not obtain anything good, his physique had improved by 30% because of the tub of medicinal liquid. Now, his speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of lightning in the wild. Those warriors could not even see his figure. South Forest City was the largest city in the South Forest region. The South Forest region's second-rank prince lived here. It was said that the second-rank prince was also a true spirit realm expert. The 100 Flowers bloodline improved Yi Xian's recovery ability. He rushed through the night for 4 days and finally arrived at South Forest City. At this time, he had already entered South Forest City and inquired about the location of Ouyang Manor. As the capital of the South Forest region, South Forest City was very prosperous. Even the 1,000 Gold City could not be compared to it. On the road to Ouyang Manor, Yi Xian had already felt the aura of many experts on the streets. He could often see 8th realm, 9th realm, and even 10th realm martial artists. Ouyang Manor. Yi Xian found Ouyang Manor in South Forest City. There were 2 guards guarding the entrance. Chapter 110. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a young man slowly walking towards him under the escort of 4 guards. This young man was dressed gorgeously, and the guards behind him were tall and powerful. They were obviously not ordinary people. "Brat, a good dog doesn't block the way. Quickly back off, don't block my young master's path." Before Yi Xian could speak, one of the guards shouted out. This place was very spacious, and Yi Xian was alone. If this sentence was not for him, then who was it for? What arrogance! Who am I in the way by standing here? You want me to get out of the way? No way. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to them, and just stood there quietly. At the same time, his gaze fell on the young man in the lead. He found that this young man gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Bastard, are you deaf? Why don't you get out of the way? The guard immediately shouted again. Bastard? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of murderous intent. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will be angry. He was a protective person, and whoever dared to scold his family was really courting death. If you don't want to die, apologize to me. Yi Xian finally opened his mouth, and his tone was cold. Apologize? The guard suddenly laughed. What a joke! Where did you come from? How dare you say that? See if I don't beat you to your knees. As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Xian, ready to slap Yi Xian away. Gotcha! However, when he walked in front of Yi Xian, he suddenly felt a pain in his knee, and then his whole body fell to the ground. What? The guard endured the pain and looked, only to see that his legs were twisted beyond recognition, and both his knees were completely shattered. Bang! Another muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the guard flew out like a football, landing more than 20 meters away. A mere 9th-level martial artist dares to put on airs in front of me. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was in South Forest City, that guard would have definitely turned into a corpse. This scene also shocked the young man and the other 3 guards. What a fast speed. He's definitely not a good person. The young man thought to himself. Then he quickly cupped his fists and said, Sorry, my subordinate's attitude wasn't very good. Thank you for teaching him a lesson. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He had beaten up this young man's bodyguard, but this young man was not angry at all. He even thanked him for teaching him a lesson. This didn't seem right. Without waiting for Yi Xian to open his mouth, the young man continued, This humble one is Fan Jin. May I know who this brother is? Yi Xian. Since the other party had sincerely apologized, Yi Xian did not pursue the matter any further. As for the guard whose kneecap he had broken, he was afraid that he would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Yi Xian? Where have I heard this name before? Fan Jin thought in his heart and said, Brother, did you come to the Ouyang Manor to look for Lord Ouyang? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Brother Yi must be here for the Imperial Capital Tournament. Since that's the case, come in with me. Fan Jin smiled and walked over. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood that this Fan Jin in front of him probably had the same purpose as him. He originally wanted to use the token that Ouyang Ming gave him to enter, but now, there was no need for that because the people in the Ouyang Manor knew this Fan Jin and respectfully greeted him. Under Fan Jin's lead, Yi Xian finally met the patrol inspector of South Forest City, Ouyang Ming. However, at this time, there were still a few figures in the Ouyang Manor's reception hall. After seeing Yi Xian, Ouyang Ming quickly walked over and said, Oh Yi Xian, you're finally here. Lord Ouyang, long time no see. Yi Xian respectfully greeted, then looked around and found that the few people in the room were around 20 years old. Good, it's good that you're here. Ouyang Ming was very happy. Yi Xian smiled, then took out the token from his arms and handed it over. However, when the token appeared, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Ouyang Ming was fine with it, but the young men around him, including Fan Jin, froze. Some of them even showed some hostility. Okay, find a seat first. What a coincidence! The 4 of you actually arrived in South Forest City on the same day. Ouyang Ming said with some surprise. Now, Yi Xian also guessed that the 3 people in the room, including Fan Jin, were probably going to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. Including him, there were a total of 5 people. Yi Xian and Fan Jin also found a seat. Then Ouyang Ming said, Although there is still one person who is not here yet, it's fine. Introduce yourselves first. Lake Heart City's Shang family's disciple, Shang Yuxiang. Beifeng City's Gu family's disciple, Gu. Jade Sword City's Xiang family's disciple, Xiang Xiongxin. South Forest City's Fan family's disciple, Fan Jin. After Fan Jin finished speaking, he turned his head and said, "Brother Yi, it's your turn." However, at this time, Yi Xian's face did not look so good. He did not expect Fan Jin to be from South Forest City's Fan family. This was really a small world. Previously, he had crippled the Fan family's young master, Fan Yu, and then killed a few of the Fan family's experts. Now, he was sitting together with the Fan family. It was really heaven's will. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, Ouyang Ming was a patrol inspector, much more powerful than the Fan family. He immediately introduced himself, Shattering Cloud sect's disciple, Yi Xian. The four of them were surprised. They did not expect that there would be a sect's disciple among them. As for Fan Jin, he finally remembered the name Yi Xian. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he exclaimed, "Shattering Cloud sect's disciple, Yi Xian, you are the one who crippled Fan Yu?" "Yes, that's me." Yi Xian nodded. Fan Jin's face darkened, but he did not say anything. He only said, "Oh," and did not say anything else. Ouyang Ming said, "I also heard about this matter. Your Fan family's Fan Yu, although his aptitude is not bad, he is much weaker than the rest of you. The four of you are around 20 years old, but you have already broken through to the martial path's 10th stage. As for Yi Xian, he reached the peak of the 9th stage at the age of 16. He is the one with the best aptitude among you." As soon as these words were spoken, Fan Jin and the others immediately looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. 16 years old? The four of them happened to be in the early 10th stage of the martial path. They were the focus of the four great families. Yi Xian was 4 to 5 years younger than them, but he was only one stage lower than them. It was obvious that Yi Xian's aptitude was much better than theirs. Unknowingly, the four of them felt a huge pressure. Chapter 111. "Oh, you're here." Ouyang Ming looked at the young man and said, "Deng Yang, take a seat." Yi Xian and the other four people watched as the young man took a seat. When he entered, he looked around with disdain and sat down quietly. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed that Fan Jin's expression was a little strange. He seemed to know Deng Yang. "Okay, everyone is here." Ouyang Ming sat at the main seat in the hall and said, "I have carefully selected all of you to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. However, I will say this first, I only have 3 spots." 3 spots? The 6 people present were also shocked, but Deng Yang looked calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "Sir Ouyang, are you saying that 3 of us will be eliminated?" Fan Jin asked in astonishment. "That's right." Ouyang Ming nodded. The Imperial Capital Tournament is not a child's play. It is extremely dangerous. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path can fall. So, I will have a test next. The 3 people who pass this test will be led by me to the Imperial Capital to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. The 6 people in the hall nodded in silence. In the Imperial Capital Tournament, there were only 48 spots for people from the 16 counties. Without Ouyang Ming's recommendation, they would not be able to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. "Sir Ouyang, what is the test?" Fan Jin asked again. "Rest for 3 days. I will tell you after 3 days." Ouyang Ming kept them in suspense. Then he ordered the servants to bring Yi Xian and the others to their respective residences. However, just as Yi Xian stepped into his courtyard, Ouyang Ming came looking for him. After Ouyang Ming entered, he carefully sized up Yi Xian. However, he was a little disappointed because Yi Xian was still at the peak of rank 9. "Yi Xian, how have you been?" Ouyang Ming asked politely. "Master Ouyang, I'm fine." Yi Xian nodded. Ouyang Ming smiled and said, "Okay, I just said that I only have 3 spots, and you are only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial path. It won't be that easy to get a spot." "Lord Ouyang, sometimes, one's realm isn't everything," Yi Xian said calmly. That's right. One's cultivation level isn't everything. But I have to remind you that Deng Yang is the son of the Southern Forest County King. He is already in the middle of the 10th level of the martial Dao." Ouyang Ming said with a smile. "What? The son of the Commandery Prince of Nanlin?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned. No wonder Fan Jin looked at Deng Yang strangely. So that was the reason. However, the mid-stage of the 10th rank of the martial path was a problem. After all, the second-rank Duke of the South Forest was an expert of the true spirit realm and had a high status. Therefore, his children were not ordinary people. That Deng Yang might also have a spirit weapon and is in the middle stage of the 10th realm of the martial path. It seems that this spot is in the bag. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Deng Yang without fighting him. I think he will get this spot. But with your strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get the second spot. Ouyang Ming said with a smile. He was very optimistic about Yi Xian. Lord Ouyang, you flatter me. Although Yi Xian was not vain, he was very happy to hear this. This was the trust in his strength. In these 3 days, have a good rest. You can also go to the South Forest City. If you need anything, you can find me. Ouyang Ming said and was ready to leave. However, after he left, Yi Xian also went out directly. Now, he had to make good use of the 1500 devouring points and strive to maximize the benefits. At that moment, he used 1500 points to exchange for 3 spirit weapon longswords. Yes, spirit weapon. These 3 spirit weapon longswords used up all of Yi Xian's devouring points. He was only left with slightly more than 10 points. What he needed to do next was to sell these 3 spirit weapon longswords or exchange them for heavenly treasures. This was his plan. Then he wrapped up the 3 spirit weapon longswords. But when he went out, he suddenly bumped into someone. It was Fan Jin of the Fan family. Oh, Brother Yi, are you going out too? Fan Jin asked in surprise. Hearing this, Yi Xian was very confused. This was because he had crippled Fan Yu of the Fan family. Didn't Fan Jin want to take revenge? Brother Yi, Fan Yu is only my younger brother. His talent is worse than mine. It is not worthwhile for me to make enemies with you because of him. Fan Jin said when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. Is that so? Yi Xian's expression turned serious. Not only did he cripple Fan Yu, but he also killed a few experts of the Fan family. If the Fan family found out, they would not let this matter rest. Yes, I obtained a few weapons during my previous experience. I want to sell them. Yi Xian nodded. Fan Jin was stunned. His gaze fell on the 3 cloth bags on Yi Xian's back. He suddenly remembered that Yi Xian came in empty-handed. But now, he came out with 3 weapons. Brother Yi, could it be that you have an interspatial ring? Fan Jin guessed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered where he had gone wrong. Helplessly, he could only laugh and say, Brother Fan, you really know how to joke. An interspatial ring is worth 3 spirit weapons. How could I have one? Interspatial rings were very rare. However, South Forest City was the most prosperous city in South Forest region. An interspatial ring had appeared before. That's true. Fan Jin said enviously. After all, even his Fan family did not have an interspatial ring. Yi Xian was only at the peak of the 9th tier of the martial path. If he had one, it would be a crime to have one. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian said and directly went out. However, not long after he left Ouyang Manor, he suddenly remembered something. He did not need to sell these 3 spirit weapons to others. He could sell them to Ouyang Ming, the Imperial Inspector. When he and Ouyang Ming first met, they were enemies everywhere. However, after the other party guessed that he had an interspatial ring, he did not attack him. Instead, he gave him a spirit weapon. This was enough to see the character of Ouyang Ming, the Imperial Inspector. Therefore Yi Xian went back and found Ouyang Ming. Yi Xian, why are you looking for me? Ouyang Ming asked curiously when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian took off the long black bag on his back and said respectfully, Sir Ouyang, it's like this. When this junior was training outside, he found a treasure by chance and obtained some things. These are 3 spirit weapons, so I want to sell them. I wonder if Sir Ouyang can recommend a place. Chapter 112. Oh! Ouyang Ming suddenly stood up and took the sword. He opened it and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Whoosh! He pulled out one of the swords and slashed at the sky. This slash broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Even Yi Xian could not see its speed clearly. Ouyang Ming said in surprise, It's indeed a spirit tool. Moreover, it's a newly forged spirit tool. There are no scars of battle. You're lucky. 3 spirit tools are enough to make up for an interspatial ring. This kid is also lucky. Yi Xian grinned. Now, Ouyang Ming's evaluation of Yi Xian was much higher. After all, to become a powerhouse, one not only needed talent, but also luck. Sometimes, luck was more important than talent. Without a doubt, Yi Xian had these 2 factors at the same time. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely become a powerhouse. Then, Ouyang Ming pulled out the other 2 spirit swords and tested them. According to my estimation, the value of these 3 spirit tools is about 9 million taels of gold. If they were to be auctioned, they would be worth 10 to 12 million taels of gold. After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, "If possible, I hope you can sell them to me. The highest price I can offer is 12 million taels of gold. How about it?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Sir Ouyang." Ouyang Ming also had an interspatial ring. He immediately took out 12 diamond-shaped low-grade crystals. In South Forest City, the mainstream currency was gold. 12 million taels of gold was equivalent to 12 billion taels of silver. A low-grade crystal was worth 100 million taels of silver, which was 1 million taels of gold. 12 low-grade crystals were exactly 12 million taels of silver. Yi Xian took the 12 low-grade crystals and was overjoyed. I'm rich. With these, I can directly break through to the 10th level of the martial path." At this moment, Ouyang Ming suddenly asked, "Yi Xian, from the looks of it, 3 spirit tools don't seem to be your limit." Ahem. Actually, I still have a few more here, but I'm considering whether to sell them or not. Master Ouyang, why don't I go back and think about it? If I want to sell them, why don't I give priority to Master Ouyang? Yi Xian said with a strange expression. Looks like you found a huge treasure. Alright, if you still want to sell them, you can come to me at any time. Ouyang Ming nodded. After that, Yi Xian quickly left. Ouyang Ming smiled as he watched him leave. With these 3 spiritual swords, the power of my 7-sword battle formation has at least doubled. Awesome. After obtaining the 12 low-grade crystals, Yi Xian quickly returned to his courtyard and started devouring them. Ding! Host has obtained 1,200 devouring points. Ding! The host has broken through to the early 10th stage of the martial path. After 2 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian was already grinning from ear to ear. His leveling up plan was really good. However, this leveling up plan came with a price. Originally, he had 1,500 devouring points, but now he only had 1,200 points left. It was only enough to buy 2 spiritual swords. This is too much. It's so much more expensive to exchange with devouring points in the devouring system. Moreover, Master Ouyang gave me a friendly price. Otherwise, I would have lost at least 30 to 40%. Yi Xian's expression was slightly helpless. He continued to think, 1,200 points can buy 2 spiritual swords. I should be able to exchange them for 8 low-grade crystals. After devouring them, I might be able to break through to the middle 10th stage of the martial path. At this thought, Yi Xian's expression froze. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Being rich is awesome. However, he was not that stupid. He had just left not long ago and suddenly broke through to the 10th stage of the martial path. Ouyang Ming would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, he decided to wait until tomorrow to exchange his devouring points for spiritual swords and sell them to Ouyang Ming. Early the next morning, Yi Xian directly went to find Ouyang Ming. "Oh, Yi Xian, have you thought about it?" Ouyang Ming smiled when he saw Yi Xian. "Master Ouyang, I have thought about it. I am prepared to sell the remaining 2 spiritual swords." Yi Xian said. "2 more? Just right, let me see." Ouyang Ming was overjoyed. He just happened to lack 2 spiritual swords. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used more than 1,000 points to exchange for 2 spiritual swords of different designs. Ouyang Ming checked and said with satisfaction, "Very good, here are 8 low-grade crystals." Yi Xian took the crystals and thanked, "Thank you, Master Ouyang." What are you thanking me for? Even in South Forest City, spiritual swords rarely appear, and it just so happens that I also need. Before Ouyang Ming could finish speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. After carefully sensing it for a while, he said in shock, "Yi Xian, your cultivation level. This kid was too happy yesterday and suddenly opened up my meridians, breaking through to the 10th stage of the martial path." Yi Xian hurriedly explained. This explanation was like thunder to Ouyang Ming. He had heard of people breaking through on the verge of death, and he had also heard of people breaking through in a life and death battle, but he had never heard of people breaking through because they were too happy. Yi Xian was really a freak. "Very good. Now that you've reached the 10th level of the martial path, like the other 4, one of the 3 spots will be yours." Ouyang Ming was very happy because he did not teach Yi Xian anything. It was all the latter's own efforts. "Master Ouyang, I will do my best," Yi Xian said respectfully and turned to leave. Ouyang Ming pulled out the 2 spiritual swords and took out the 5 spiritual swords from the yin and yang ring. What was surprising was that the 7 spiritual swords suddenly soared into the air. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with a fierce wind. The 7 spiritual swords seemed to have gone crazy, slashing randomly. If someone rashly entered, they would probably be torn to pieces. Huff, huff, the 7 swords battle formation's consumption is really high. With my realm, I can only hold on for 5 seconds. However, this 7 swords battle formation is really powerful. Even if a martial artist of the middle stage of the true spirit realm enters, he would not be able to come out unscathed. This Yi Xian is really my benefactor. If he did not report the matter of the beast god sect to the emperor, I would not have so many crystals. And the matter of the beast god sect is also thanks to him, Ouyang Ming muttered. After obtaining the 8 low-grade crystals, Yi Xian hurriedly returned to his courtyard. However, this time, he did not swallow the 8 low-grade crystals all at once. Instead, he swallowed them one by one. Ding! The host has swallowed a low-grade crystal. The reward is 100 devouring points. Ding! The host has swallowed a low-grade crystal. The reward is 100 devouring points. Chapter 113. The system kept ringing in his mind as the crystals in Yi Xian's hand disappeared one by one. After a while, all 8 of the low-grade crystals had been devoured by him. Damn it, after breaking through to the 10th stage, my experience has increased by a lot, Yi Xian cursed in his heart. After devouring the 8 low-grade crystals, he felt that he had not reached the limit yet. He estimated that he still needed 3 or 4 more crystals. What a miscalculation. It seems that even if I devour the golden eagle bow, I can't break through to the 10th stage. Sigh, I told Master Ouyang that these were the last 2 spiritual weapons. It seems that I have to find someone else. Yi Xian shook his head and left the house again. He still had more than 900 points, which was enough to buy a spiritual weapon. When the time came, he would sell some other things and break through to the 10th stage. After a while, he arrived at the biggest auction house in South Forest City. It was said that this was the property of the 2nd-rank prince of South Forest. However, before entering the door, he disguised himself. He was dressed in black and wore a large bamboo hat. Only his eyes were exposed. On his back, he carried a long black bag. Here comes another weirdo. One of the auction house's attendants thought to himself. He greeted him with a smile. "Sir, how may I help you? I want to sell something that's worth millions of gold. Call someone with some authority over here." A deep voice sounded. This was the effect of Yi Xian's voice after using the voice-changing bead. What? Over $1 million gold taels? The auction house's attendant was shocked and hurriedly ran to inform the auction house's higher-ups. Not long after, the attendant brought an old man over. Then the old man brought Yi Xian to a room. "Sir, how may I address you?" the old man asked with a smile. Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that this old man's aura was very strong. He was at least in the 10th stage. "I'm here to sell something, not to make friends." Yi Xian snorted and took off the bag on his back. When the old man saw Yi Xian acting this way, he did not waste any more time. He opened the package and was shocked. Just now, he still had some doubts. However, after seeing the treasured sword in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, "You want to sell a spiritual weapon?" "That's right. Are you going to accept this spirit tool or not?" Yi Xian asked. Yes, of course. The old man hurriedly said, the market price of a spirit artifact is around 3 million. How much do you want to sell it for? Do you want to sell it to us directly or auction it off? Just sell it for 5 million. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. The old man hesitated. Yi Xian immediately said, take the 3,500,000. If you auction it, you will definitely make a profit. Besides, I have other things. Indeed, it was definitely profitable to receive a spirit artifact. After all, it was not something that could be found everywhere. Alright, deal. The old man was also very straightforward, but he still carefully examined the spirit weapon. It's actually a new spirit artifact. I wonder which master made it. Also, who is this person? Although the old man was very confused, Yi Xian hid it very well. Even he could not see through Yi Xian's strength. Therefore, he thought that Yi Xian was a true spirit realm expert. After confirming that the treasured sword in his hand was a spirit artifact, the old man called for 3 low-grade crystals and 50 substandard crystals. Yi Xian put away the sword and then untied the other package on his back. In this package, he spent 200 Devourer points to buy spirit pills and elixirs. Although the 100 blossom dew he took before was not bad, it was only effective for people below the 8th stage of the martial path. If someone was injured by someone in the 9th stage of the martial path, the 100 blossom dew would not be able to dissolve the remnant spiritual energy. When the old man saw these things, he was shocked. He thought to himself, which big family did Yi Xian rob to actually have so many good things? After staying in the auction house for a period of time, Yi Xian, who was dressed in black, directly left. This time, he spent 700 Devourer points in exchange for 5 low-grade crystals. He immediately devoured 4 low-grade crystals. Sure enough, after devouring all of them, he reached the shackles of the early 10th stage of the martial path. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the middle 10th stage of the martial path. I still have 1 left. I will use it when the time comes. Yi Xian placed the last crystal in the Devourer space. He would devour it when he needed it. Although his control of spiritual energy was not bad, he was going to face all the young talents in the empire. It was inevitable that he would encounter some geniuses with amazing perception. Therefore, he had to leave a backup plan. Now, Yi Xian was left with 600 Devourer points, 1 low-grade crystal, and a golden eagle bow that was worth 3 low-grade crystals. After finishing his business, Yi Xian returned to the Ouyang Manor. He was very confident that he would get a spot. Even if he had to face the son of the second-rank prince of the South Forest, he would not be afraid. Very soon, 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, Ouyang Ming summoned Yi Xian and the other 5 people to the main hall. Alright, I will announce the content of the test today. However, the test for the 6 of you will be different. Ouyang Ming suddenly took out a bamboo tube from his interspatial ring. There were 6 bamboo sticks in it. Everyone take 1 stick. Yi Xian, you go first. Ouyang Ming walked in front of Yi Xian. The latter took out 1 stick. There was only 1 number on it, 3. Then, Ouyang Ming took out a piece of parchment. This is your task. Hunt down the mighty gorillas in the depths of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Take 10 strands of white hair from their foreheads. Go to the designated location and dig up the iron box buried underground to retrieve the token. Yi Xian frowned. The last time Ouyang Ming went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, it was to bury the token. However, at this moment, what Yi Xian didn't notice was that the other 5 people were looking at him with strange expressions, especially Deng Yang. Deng Yang, the son of the second-rank prince of the South Forest, was supposed to draw first. However, Ouyang Ming let Yi Xian draw first. Did this not mean that Yi Xian had a higher status than Deng Yang in Ouyang Ming's heart? Then the other 5 people also drew their bamboo sticks and received their tasks. Also, there are actually only 3 tasks for the 6 parchment scrolls. Therefore, you will have an opponent. However, I don't think you know who your opponent is. These are your missions. The 3 people who complete the missions the fastest and return here will be given a recommendation. Of course, there is a time limit. It lasts for a month. If 2 people do not complete the task within the time limit, they will be replaced by another person. Chapter 114. Fan Jin carefully looked at his mission scroll and asked, Sir Ouyang, can we set off now? Yes, we can set off now. I'll wait for you at the Ouyang Manor. Ouyang Ming nodded. Hearing this, someone immediately rushed out of the door because this time, it was not about who completed the mission, but who completed the mission first. As for Yi Xian, he naturally left as well. In the past few days, he had finished his preparations and could set off at any time. The 6 of them quickly left the Ouyang Manor and then left separately, including Yi Xian. They all hid the parchment scroll very well. The others did not know what their mission was, nor did they know who had taken the same mission as them. Yi Xian glanced at the others and then quickly left South Forest City. He had heard that some clans raised demonic beasts specifically for traveling, so he couldn't fall behind. Now, he was a martial artist in the early 10th level of the martial path. Coupled with the 100 Beasts bloodline and the Wind-Seeking Leopard bloodline, he was very confident that he could be the first to arrive at the mission location. After leaving South Forest City, he quickly rushed toward the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. With his speed, it was estimated that it would only take him 7 days to go back and forth, while the others would take half a month. In other words, he would arrive at the mission location a few days earlier than his opponents. This was an advantage. Now his speed was faster than when he came to South Forest City. It only took him 3 days to run to the depths of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, which was the 18th mountain range. He stopped and began to look for the location where the token was buried according to the map on the parchment. He arrived at the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun earlier than his opponents, so he naturally had to find the token first and then hunt the mighty King Kong. Because there was only one token, there were many mighty King Kong. However, when he arrived at the mountain where the token was buried, he heard the roar on the mountain and his expression froze. It turns out that the place where the token is buried is the mighty King Kong's nest. Yi Xian directly took out the golden eagle bow from the devouring space and went up the mountain with a solemn expression. According to the instructions on the parchment scroll, he learned that the token was buried under a locust tree at the top of the mountain. Therefore, he had to climb to the top of the mountain. The other requirement of the mission was to obtain the white hair on the forehead of the mighty King Kong. This kind of monster called the mighty King Kong was naturally a 10th rank monster. Moreover, it had extraordinary strength and could smash a person into meat paste with one punch. Its strength was comparable to a martial artist in the middle of the 10th rank. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. So what if he had extraordinary strength? Could he keep up with Yi Xian's speed? If they couldn't keep up, then they could only be beaten. Swish! With the golden eagle bow in hand, Yi Xian climbed the mountain at lightning speed. Roar! Roars kept coming from the mountain forest. This was the daily activity of the mighty King Kong. They would roar when they had nothing to do. However, the roars were usually directed at King Kong, who did not have a mate. It had already been 10 minutes since Yi Xian stepped into the lair of the mighty King Kong. This mountain was quite big, and there were quite a few poisonous creatures, so Yi Xian was quite careful. However, at this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar fell into Yi Xian's ears, causing his expression to freeze. This roar seems to be nearby. Since I've encountered it, then I'll see what kind of ability this mighty King Kong has. At this moment, Yi Xian looked for the source of the sound. Soon, he saw a white gorilla standing at the entrance of a cave, roaring loudly and hammering its chest. After seeing it, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked because this gorilla was a little too big. Its 2 arms were estimated to be 2 meters long. Whatever, go for me. Yi Xian directly pulled the golden eagle bow in his hand. After aiming, he suddenly released it. Swish! An ear-piercing sound broke through the air. The spiritual force turned into chi and swept in front of the mighty King Kong in an instant. Boom! The spiritual force arrow exploded, and smoke and dust filled the air. The mighty King Kong let out a scream. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that this mighty King Kong was actually unscathed and was rushing towards him. What a strong defense! The exploding star arrow can't even break through its fur. Yi Xian secretly muttered in his heart. He had already learned the 2nd level of the exploding star arrow, which was considered an 8th grade martial arts technique. Coupled with the golden eagle bow, The power was definitely enough to kill a defenseless 10th-level martial artist. However, such an attack couldn't break through the mighty King Kong's defense. Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of the 3rd level of the exploding star arrow. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly spent nearly 100 devouring points to exchange for the 3rd level of the exploding star arrow. Then he pulled the bow again, aimed at the mighty King Kong that was rushing towards him, and shot another arrow. Swish! The sound and speed of this arrow was louder and faster than before. Monsters were monsters after all. Their intelligence was not high. Moreover, violent monsters like the mighty King Kong rarely dodged. This mighty King Kong didn't dodge and directly punched the spiritual force arrow. Boom! The exploding star arrow and the mighty King Kong's fist collided, immediately stirring up 1,000 layers of air waves. The space in this area seemed to be distorted, and a faint burnt smell spread out. Hee hee, I'll let you scream. Are you happy being blown up by the exploding star arrow? Yi Xian suddenly grinned. The 3rd level of the exploding star arrow just now was powerful enough to break through the mighty King Kong's defense. Not only that, a large chunk of the mighty King Kong's fur was blown off, and blood flowed out of the wound. This mighty King Kong's blood was actually green. Roar! This mighty King Kong was extremely angry. It was lonely and cold, so it wanted to use its roar to attract a female King Kong. But who knew that it wasn't a female King Kong, but a human? Furthermore, this human had injured her. Unforgivable. However, anger was useless. It was still roaring when Yi Xian shot another exploding star arrow. Boom! The mighty King Kong's chest was hit, and the powerful impact directly forced it to fall back. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Have a taste of my new skill. Yi Xian raised his hand and pulled the golden eagle bow. This time, he took much longer to condense spiritual force than before. Could it be that he wanted to condense full spiritual force and then severely injure this mighty King Kong? Every martial art was different. The chaotic star arrow and the exploding star arrow required different spiritual force to condense. The more spiritual force condensed, the stronger the power. However, this time, the spiritual force condensed by Yi Xian had already exceeded the range of the 3rd level of the exploding star arrow. Chaotic star arrow. Swish! As Yi Xian's fingers loosened, the condensed spiritual force instantly turned into an arrow and shot out. However, after this arrow was shot out, it was divided into 9 exploding star arrows. Chapter 115. Yi Xian had this idea before, but he could not combine the exploding star arrow with the chaotic star arrow even though he tried many times. However, he later found that it was unnecessary because it could be exchanged in the devouring system. The chaotic star arrow cost Yi Xian 100 devouring points. It was very expensive. However, it was definitely worth it. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded. The mighty gorilla that just got up suddenly fell down again. 9 exploding star arrows had already blown it up beyond recognition. Its entire upper body was badly mutilated. The power is enough, but the consumption is too much. The spiritual power consumed in one shot is more than 10 shots of exploding star arrow and 10 shots of chaotic star arrow. Yi Xian sighed helplessly and then walked over. At this time, there was a high-grade mortal sword in his hand. Roar! The mighty gorilla was severely injured and could only let out a low roar. Let's fight for survival of the fittest. Yi Xian muttered as he stabbed his sword into the wound on the chest of the great strength King Kong, piercing through its heart. The mighty gorilla that was comparable to the middle stage of martial path was easily killed by Yi Xian. If there were others here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Then, Yi Xian plucked a special hair from the mighty gorilla's forehead and swallowed the corpse. Ding! The host has swallowed a demonic beast corpse. You have gained 3 devouring points. Ding! The 100 beast essence blood slot has increased by 1 point. Damn! This corpse is worth 3 million taels of silver. If I kill a few more, won't I be able to level up? Yi Xian was shocked. He had swallowed some 10th rank demonic beasts before, but their strength was relatively weak, at most 1 or 2 million taels of silver. However, this mighty gorilla was worth 3 million taels of silver. Ha, awesome, I found a place to level up. Yi Xian was very happy. Now that he was at the early stage of martial path, he had reached the shackles. As long as he killed 20 or 30 more demonic beasts, he might be able to break through to the middle stage of martial path. However, at this moment, he directly swallowed the last lower-grade crystal. Ding! Host has broken through to the mid-stage of the 10th rank. In order to kill the mighty gorilla faster, Yi Xian chose to level up without hesitation. At this moment, he was already at the same level as the son of the Southern Forest Commandery Prince. He was 16 years old, while Deng Yang was 22 years old. There was a 6-year gap between them, but they were on the same level. In front of Yi Xian, Deng Yang wasn't even a fart. However, Yi Xian did not become complacent because he was going to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. The people recommended by the 16 patrol envoys of the Profound Sun Empire were more or less the same. The ones that Yi Xian was wary of were the young talents living in the Imperial capital. Alright, now that we know the strength of the mighty Vajra, the next step is simple. Let's find that token first. Yi Xian continued to climb the mountain. After breaking through to the mid-10th stage of the martial path, his spiritual energy had increased by a level, so the power and speed of the chaotic arrows were much stronger than before. After the breakthrough, he encountered the second mighty gorilla, but this time he only used the chaotic arrows to kill the mighty gorilla. He did not even need to use the last hit. Ding! Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. Ding! Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. Ding! Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. The strength of adult mighty gorillas was about the same, so their corpses were uniformly worth 3 devouring points. Before Yi Xian reached the top of the mountain, he had already killed more than 10 mighty gorillas and earned 50 devouring points. He also obtained 10 unique white hairs on the forehead of the mighty gorilla. In order to increase his efficiency, he spent dozens of devouring points to exchange for a bottle of elixir that could quickly restore spiritual energy. He originally had the 100 Flowers bloodline, so his physical strength and spiritual energy recovery speed increased. With this bottle of elixir, he could kill to his heart's content. After killing more than 30 mighty gorillas, he finally reached the top of the mountain. Is it that locust tree? The top of the mountain was a little desolate, so Yi Xian saw the tallest and biggest locust tree at a glance. He immediately ran over. There was a big rock under the locust tree. According to the instructions on the parchment, the iron box with the token was buried under the big rock. Yi Xian ran over and kicked the rock away, then he dug with his bare hands. Sure enough, there was an iron box buried under the rock. Yi Xian opened it directly, and there was a bronze token lying quietly inside. After seeing the token, Yi Xian was shocked, but he quickly calmed down because this token was not the token of the Imperial Inspector, but the token of the Ouyang Manor. Lord Ouyang really values me, and he actually gave me the token of the Imperial Inspector. If I had taken the token of the Imperial Inspector and committed outrages, then he would have been the one to suffer. Unknowingly, Ouyang Ming's position in Yi Xian's heart rose a little. Since he had obtained the token, Yi Xian did not stay and immediately left. There are a total of 2 targets on the parchment and a total of 2 tokens. The mountain under my feet is closer, so if my opponent wants to defeat me, he will have to go to the other location to get the token. It seems that I have more than enough time. Yi Xian thought as he went down the mountain. He had estimated that he was 3 days ahead on the way here and 3 days ahead on the way back. Moreover, he had already obtained the token at the first target. If his opponent wanted to complete the mission, they would have to go deeper into the 18th mountain range, which would take 1 or 2 days, unless they snatched the token from him. Therefore, he had about a week's time to kill monsters and level up. Immediately, he began a long slaughter. Now that he had the violent arrow that could kill a 10th rank mighty gorilla, every time he used it, he could take the life of a mighty gorilla. A mighty gorilla gave him 3 devouring points, and there were at least 1,000 mighty gorillas on this mountain. Therefore, Yi Xian killed to his heart's content. However, he suddenly remembered that he could obtain more time. Why am I so stupid? If I go to the second location and take the other token, then my opponent won't be able to complete the mission unless he takes the token from me. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly went down the mountain and ran toward the other location. After spending a day, he directly arrived at the second location. If it was someone else, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Chapter 116. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would not be a problem to climb a cliff, but there were many poisonous creatures on the cliff, such as poisonous spiders, and their levels were not low, at least 7th rank monster beasts. It would take a lot of effort to climb up. I am immune to poison, and this cliff is only a few dozen meters. It should not be a problem for me to climb up. Yi Xian immediately made a decision in his heart. For ordinary people, this cliff was a nightmare, but for Yi Xian, this cliff was not difficult at all. In just 10 minutes, Yi Xian climbed to the top of the cliff, and sure enough, there was an iron box. Yi Xian walked over, opened the iron box, took the other token, and then climbed down. Now, the 2 tokens of this mission are with me. As long as I return to South Forest City within the stipulated time, it will be fine. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next step was his upgrade plan. After another day, he rushed back to the Great Power King Kong's nest, and then began to kill. 1 Great Power King Kong gave 3 devouring points, 10 Great Power King Kong gave 30 points, and 100 of them gave 300 points. If he slaughtered this mountain, he was afraid that he would get 1,000 devouring points. However, on the 3rd day of Yi Xian's return, 2 people suddenly entered the mountain. "Ah Jean, there are many Great Power King Kong on this mountain, even I have to be careful, you must follow me closely later." A middle-aged man said to a young man, "Father, don't worry, I have broken through to the 10th level of the martial path, it is not a problem to face a Great Power King Kong." The young man said. This young man was actually Fan Jin of the Fan family, Yi Xian's opponent this time. And this middle-aged man was Fan Jin's father, Fan Yuan of the Fan family in South Forest City. Don't bite off more than you can chew, follow me closely. Fan Yuan snorted, holding the sword in his hand, began to carefully climb the mountain. If Yi Xian was here at this time, he would be very surprised, but he was not surprised by Fan Jin, but Fan Yuan. To be precise, it was the weapon in Fan Yuan's hand. This was because the weapon in Fan Yuan's hand was bought by him at a high price. It was said that a mysterious person sold it to the auction house. In order for Fan Jin to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament, Fan Yuan had specially purchased a spirit weapon for him. After helping Fan Jin complete the mission, he would give this spirit weapon to Fan Jin. This way, Fan Jin's strength would skyrocket. The 2 of them began to climb the mountain. Their speed was extremely slow because Fan Yuan was only at the middle of the 10th stage of the martial Dao. Although he held a spirit artifact sword in his hand, if he encountered several Vajra at the same time, he would still be in danger. However, after walking for nearly an hour, they did not find a single mighty Vajra, which made them feel puzzled. "Father, are you sure you were here before?" Fan Jin asked in surprise. At the same time, he took out the parchment and looked at it. "Yes, the token was at the top of this mountain." "Nonsense, last year, I came here with my family's hunting team to kill a few mighty Vajras. At that time, I even brought back the mighty Vajras to nourish your body. Have you forgotten?" Fan Yuan rolled his eyes. In fact, he was not too sure in his heart. This was because when he came here, he had encountered 3 mighty Vajras at the same time. The entire hunting team had almost been wiped out. "But we've been walking for more than an hour, and we haven't seen a single mighty Vajra. We haven't even heard a single roar. What's going on?" Fan Jin asked in confusion. Maybe those mighty Vajras ran to the back of the mountain? Fan Yuan could not figure it out either. They walked for a while. Roar. Finally, an earth-shattering roar rang out, and the expressions of the 2 changed. "Ha! It is indeed the roar of the mighty Vajra. Let's go, father will bring you to get the first strand of white hair, and cut off his to nourish your body." Fan Yuan laughed a few times and couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, after walking for a while, they heard another sound. Boom, 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 a series of 9 loud sounds rang out. Fan Yuan and Fan Yuan stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. What is this sound? Could it be that someone is fighting with the mighty Vajra? Fan Jin asked in surprise. "It should be. Let's go and take a look. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Those who could enter this mountain were at least in the 10th level of the martial Dao. He was in the middle of the 10th level of the martial Dao, and he had a spirit weapon in his hand. Even if he faced the peak of the 10th level of the martial Dao, he was not afraid. He had done many things like killing people and robbing them of their treasures, and every time the harvest was very good. Roar! At this time, the sound of the mighty Vajra came again. Over here! Fan Yuan heard it and immediately used his movement technique to rush over. Fan Jin also hurriedly followed. However, when they came nearby, they were shocked to find that there was no mighty Vajra, only a person with his back facing them. The smell of blood, there are bloodstains on the ground. There was a battle here. Fan Yuan frowned. For some reason, this scene made his heart palpitate. Why does this person's back look a little familiar? Fan Jin looked at the person with his back facing him and wondered in his heart. Right at this moment, the person whose back was facing him suddenly turned around. When Fan Jin saw the person's face clearly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, Yi Xian. He did not expect to meet Yi Xian here. In that case, Yi Xian was the other person on this mission? However, what he did not understand was why Yi Xian was in front of him. Yi Xian, why are you here? Fan Jin could not help but ask. Oh, it's Brother Fan. Have you forgotten? There are 6 of us and only 3 missions. I'm here, so naturally I'm doing the mission. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Fan Jin and Fan Yuan. At the same time, he thought to himself, that was close. Fortunately, the corpse was collected early, or else it would have been discovered. I know. In that case, you are my opponent? When did you arrive? Fan Jin asked doubtfully. Yi Xian grinned and replied, I arrived very early. But impossible. I'm riding an 8th order demonic beast, the Windwalker foal. How could you be in front of me? Fan Jin said in disbelief. Oh, sorry. I'm riding a 9th order demonic beast, the Gale Eagle, Yi Xian said casually. What? Fan Jin and Fan Yuan were shocked. The 8th order demonic beast, the Windwalker foal, was caught with great difficulty by the Fan family. However, Yi Xian actually had a 9th order demonic beast as a mount, and a flying one at that. How was this possible? Chapter 117. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Fan Jin was a little angry because he had come here with great difficulty, but Yi Xian had beaten him to it. Most importantly, this mission was to see who could finish the mission first and return first. Have you collected the 10 strands of white hair? Fan Jin asked again. Yi Xian had no use for the token alone. He also needed the unique strand of white hair on the forehead of the 10 strength guardian deities. That's right. Yi Xian reached into his chest and pulled out a pile of white hair. Seeing this, Fan Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Xian had completed the mission, so as long as he returned to Nanlin City, he would have failed. Moreover, Yi Xian had a flying mount that was faster than him, so even if he went to another location to get the second token, he would not be able to save the situation. At this moment he only had one choice, and that was to kill Yi Xian. Fan Yuan, who was beside Fan Jin, also realized this, but he still had a doubt in his heart, so he asked, Jin, why does the name Yi Xian sound so familiar? Father, he's the one who crippled Fan Yu. Fan Jin replied. After his reminder, Fan Yuan immediately reacted, so it was you who crippled my nephew, but I remember that my second brother has already sent experts to kill you. Kill me? Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. I don't know about that, but I've never met them. Although he had killed those experts from the Fan family, it was better not to spread this matter, unless he was confident that he could destroy the Fan family. Is that so? If that's the case, as long as I kill you, my son will be able to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament and avenge my nephew. Fan Yuan suddenly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand as he spoke. Is that so, Yi Xian smiled indifferently. Suddenly he found something strange. He thought to himself, hey, isn't that the water-splitting sword that was sold to the auction house before? So that's how it is. It was bought by the Fan family. Just nice, I can take it back. At this time, Fan Jin also shouted, Yi Xian, as long as you hand over the mission and kill that flying mount of yours with your own hands, I will ask my father to spare your life. At most, I will cripple your cultivation. How about it? It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but because Fan Yu had a grudge with him when he was young, as a fellow clansman, he couldn't do anything to Fan Yu. And when Yi Xian crippled Fan Yu, it could be considered as unintentionally helping him vent his anger. What a joke! I'll give you a chance. If you kill your father, I'll consider sparing your life. Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face. He and Fan Yuan were dozens of meters apart, so he couldn't feel Fan Yuan's strength, but he understood that there were only two true spirit realm experts in South Forest City. One was the Commandery Prince of the South Forest, and the other was the Imperial Inspector, Ouyang Ming. Therefore, it was impossible for Fan Jin's father to be a true spirit realm expert. As long as it wasn't a true spirit realm expert, what did he have to fear? Moreover, he could take revenge for that day. Good, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me. Father, I'll go kill him. Fan Jin coldly snorted. So arrogant, you really don't know life from death. Although Fan Yuan was surprised that Yi Xian could be chosen by Ouyang Ming, when Yi Xian crippled Fan Yu, he was only in the early 9th stage of the martial path. Only a few months had passed, so he didn't believe that Yi Xian could cause any big waves. In his estimation, Yi Xian was at most a 9th stage of the martial path. However, he still suddenly called out to Fan Jin and passed the Aqua Splitter Sword to Fan Jin, saying, Jin, this Aqua Splitter Sword will be given to you sooner or later. Today, use this spirit artifact sword to avenge Fan Yu. But Fan Jin took the sword. Although he didn't want to avenge Fan Yu, if he didn't kill Yi Xian, he was afraid that he would be eliminated. Therefore, between him and Yi Xian, only one of them could live. Are you sure you want to kill me and not your father? Yi Xian looked at Fan Jin, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. What big words! Since you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fan Jin coldly shouted. That day, Yi Xian crippled his guard. He wanted to forget about it, but now, he wanted to avenge that guard. Fan Yuan looked at Yi Xian's carefree expression and was puzzled. He immediately reminded him, Jin, don't relax when dealing with an enemy. Yes, father. Fan Jin nodded, then walked toward Yi Xian with the water-splitting sword in hand. Yi Xian looked at him slowly walking toward him with a smile, thinking, I didn't want to bicker with you, but since you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A slash pierced through the air. Fan Jin, who was in the early stage of the 10th realm of the martial path, and with the help of a spirit weapon, his attack was very fierce. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yi Xian. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm of the martial path could only watch as he was hit by this slash. However, this slash was very slow in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian shifted his body slightly and dodged this fierce slash. What? Fan Jin was shocked and raised his hand to slash again. This slash accurately hit Yi Xian's body, but surprisingly, it passed through him. An afterimage? This time, Fan Jin was even more shocked. He hurriedly looked and saw Yi Xian's figure at the side. At this time, Yi Xian had a golden longbow in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian's right hand loosened, and an arrow of light shot out. This arrow of light split into 9 parts in the air, and each one was like a bolt of lightning that shot into Fan Jin's body in an instant. One of them pierced through Fan Jin's heart, and the other opened a bloody hole in his forehead. Fan Jin was dead. He never thought that he would be killed in an instant. Moreover, he was not killed in the capital city tournament, but by a teenager who was 5 or 6 years younger than him. Fan Jin, who was holding the water splitter sword, had turned into a corpse and was falling backward. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over and snatched the water splitter sword from his hand. It was Yi Xian. Jin! After recovering from his shock, Fan Yuan shouted angrily. His only son had actually been killed by someone. At this moment he rushed toward Yi Xian with his bare hands. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Once again he left behind an afterimage and rushed in front of Fan Yuan. Bang! He slapped Fan Yuan's chest and sent him flying. Then he changed the weapon in his hand. Whoosh! 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 9 rays of light flashed, and Fan Yuan was shot into a sieve and died in an instant. Even if he had a spiritual weapon sword, he was no match for Yi Xian. After all, a spiritual weapon sword could only increase his attack power, but not his speed. Yi Xian's speed was unimaginably fast. Unless a martial artist at the peak of level 10 of the martial path was using a 10th grade martial arts technique, or a spiritual martial arts technique, it could also be a martial artist in the true spirit realm. Chapter 118. After Fan Yuan and Fan Jin died, Yi Xian also searched their bodies for a while, but did not get much good stuff. Then he buried the two of them just in case. Now his mission opponent was dead, so he was not in a hurry. He could wait for more than 20 days to return to South Forest City, as long as it did not exceed a month. Next, he stayed on this mountain and kept hunting the mighty ape warriors. The spiritual power and devouring points in his body were also increasing. More than 20 days later, under the locust tree on the mountain top, a young man was lying on his side, seemingly sleeping. This young man was Yi Xian. In the past 20 days or so, he had run through this mountain several times and killed all the mighty Vajra. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 563 of them. 563 mighty Vajras. This was a very terrifying number. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 10th level of the martial path with a spiritual weapon sword would not be able to do it in 20 days, unless he was in the true spirit realm. At the same time, these more than 500 mighty ape warriors also provided Yi Xian with a lot of devouring points. At this time, his devouring points had broken through the 2,000 mark. Not only that, his realm had also reached the middle of the 10th level of the martial path. He was only one step away from the peak of the 10th level of the martial path. In fact, he could already break through, but in order to preserve his strength, he put some of the mighty ape warriors' corpses in the devouring space, waiting for the time to suddenly devour and then advance. Suddenly Yi Xian, who was resting under the locust tree, opened his eyes. He yawned comfortably, stretched his waist, and said to himself, "It's dawn, time to return to South Forest City." He tidied up his luggage, stood up, and then rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. This mountain had been slaughtered by him. Not only the mighty ape warriors, but also many other monsters were killed by him. I have to hurry again. When Yi Xian came to the foot of the mountain, he shook his head helplessly. Hurrying was the most boring thing. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, my 2,000 devouring points are enough to upgrade the wind-chasing leopard bloodline or 100-flower bloodline to the intermediate bloodline. Let me try. Yi Xian's heart stirred. The host is currently unable to fuse with a mid-level bloodline. If you forcibly fuse with it, it may cause your realm to drop or your body to explode. Do you wish to purchase it? After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian was shocked again. He was already at the mid-stage of the 10th stage of the martial path, but he was still unable to fuse with the middle-grade bloodline. Could it be that he would have to wait until he broke through to the true spirit realm? Not only the wind-seeking leopard bloodline, but also the 100 Flowers bloodline, so he could only give up. Forget it, if I can't exchange, then I'll leave it for now. Let's return to South Forest City first. Yi Xian shook his head and disappeared from his original spot. Several days later, Yi Xian finally returned to South Forest City. Only 27 days had passed since he left South Forest City. He ran all the way to the Ouyang Manor and found Ouyang Ming. "Master Ouyang, I'm back." Yi Xian took out the 10 white hairs of the mighty King Kong and the token. Ouyang Ming was a little surprised and asked, "Why did you come back so late? According to my estimation, you could have completed it in half a month." He had seen Yi Xian's speed before, so he made this estimation. "I ran into some trouble, but I also had a fortuitous encounter, so I was a little late." Yi Xian laughed. "Fortunately, Fan Jin, who was on the same mission as you, has not returned yet. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated. Wait your realm." Ouyang Ming suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Xian's side and exclaimed, "You broke through again?" "Yes, this kid had a fortuitous encounter and ate a few unknown fruits, so I broke through." Yi Xian casually found another reason. "You're really lucky, kid. But you're really bold to eat something you don't know. Be careful next time, don't get poisoned." Ouyang Ming rolled his eyes. He did not want Yi Xian to die halfway. "Yes, thank you, Sir Ouyang, for your guidance." Yi Xian replied respectfully and thought to himself, I'm immune to poison. As long as I'm not poisoned to death immediately, the 100 Flowers bloodline can detoxify the poison. What's there to be afraid of? Okay, you've completed the mission and received a slot. Next month, you'll follow me to the imperial capital. Before that, I'll personally guide you. Ouyang Ming said. Yes, Sir Ouyang. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Oh right, Sir Ouyang, have you completed the other 2 missions? That's right. Deng Yang was the first to complete it, followed by Gu Yi, and finally Shang Yuxiang. However, Gu Yi and Shang Yuxiang were assigned the same task, and you returned within the allotted time, so Shang Yuxiang was eliminated, Ouyang Ming answered. Yi Xian nodded silently. It seemed that the 3 slots had been decided. Deng Yang, the son of the Nanlin County's second-rank prince, Gu Yi, and Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately left. It's good to be young. The meridians are not fixed, and the potential is not fully tapped. It's very easy to break through. Ouyang Ming sighed. A martial artist's meridians would only be fixed at the age of 25. After that, their cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. From then on, they would have to rely on the accumulation of time. Although Ouyang Ming was in the true spirit realm, he was only in the early stage. He knew his own capabilities, and whether he could break through to the peak of the true spirit realm in his lifetime was still a question. Yi Xian was in the middle stage of the 10th rank at the age of 16. Ouyang Ming estimated that Yi Xian would be able to break through to the true spirit realm in 1 or 2 years. Why would so many people fight over a single genius? To be able to nurture such a powerhouse was a very satisfying thing. Moreover, Ouyang Ming recommended Yi Xian to participate in the imperial capital tournament. If Yi Xian stood out in the tournament and was chosen by the court officials or even the emperor, then his status would also rise. What if Yi Xian became the great general of the state or the imperial preceptor in the future? In the following month, Ouyang Ming personally guided Yi Xian and the other 2. Deng Yang's father was the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County, and the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County was originally a true spirit realm powerhouse, so Deng Yang had a sloppy appearance. Ouyang Ming did not care about Deng Yang because Deng Yang was forced to him by the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County. Ouyang Ming once owed the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County a favor, so he accepted Deng Yang. However, Yi Xian and Gu Yi cherished this 1 month very much. One had to know that this was a true spirit realm powerhouse. How many people dreamed of being guided by a true spirit realm powerhouse? Many of Gu Yi's martial arts that he was not very familiar with were suddenly enlightened after Ouyang Ming's explanation. Chapter 119. However, Ouyang Ming did not give them anything substantial. He only gave them guidance. At the same time, during the process of guiding him, Deng Yang also found out about Yi Xian's cultivation level. He immediately looked at Yi Xian with a fearful expression that contained some hatred. The son of the second-rank prince of the South Forest was defeated by someone else. If this news were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. The second-rank prince of the South Forest gave birth to Deng Yang after breaking through to the true spirit realm. In other words, Deng Yang was born with a stronger physique than others. However, due to his relationship with Ouyang Ming, Deng Yang did not dare to do anything to Yi Xian. He only showed a trace of hostility occasionally. A month's time passed very quickly. In this month, although Yi Xian's cultivation base did not increase, his combat power increased by a lot. Other than guiding Gu Yi, Ouyang Ming spent most of his time on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was Ouyang Ming's trump card. Ouyang Ming calculated the time and called for a demonic beast carriage. He brought Yi Xian and the other 2 to the Mystic Sun Imperial Capital. This demonic beast was the Iron Armored Bull, a rank 10 demonic beast. Only Ouyang Ming, who was in the true spirit realm, could tame such a demonic beast. However, even a rank 10 demonic beast would need 10 days to reach the imperial capital. Before leaving, Ouyang Ming gave Yi Xian and the other 2 some information. This was the information he collected. There were recommendations from other patrol envoys and some disciples in the imperial capital. What? True spirit realm? Yi Xian glanced at it and was completely shocked. There were true spirit realm experts among the participants of the imperial capital competition, and there were quite a few of them. Li Shaolin, son of the great general of the Mystic Sun Empire, 23 years old, early True Spirit Realm. Lu Yu, son of the Prime Minister of the Mystic Sun Empire, 24 years old, early True Spirit Realm. Xianxia, son of the great general of the Mystic Sun Empire, 22 years old, early True Spirit Realm. After reading this, Yi Xian was completely stunned. These people were all under the age of 25, but they had already broken through to the True Spirit Realm. But it was not surprising because those officials were not weak. Among them, the National Protector General was an expert at the peak of the True Spirit Realm. How could his child's bloodline be weak? I can already break through to the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. I wonder how many things I need to break through to the True Spirit Realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had calculated that it took him about 15 low-grade crystals to break through from the middle of the 10th realm to the peak of the 10th realm, which was about 1.5 billion. And to break through to the True Spirit Realm from the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path, one would need at least 2 billion, maybe even 3 billion or even 5 billion. This was equivalent to 10 spirit artifacts. You've probably seen the information. There are quite a few experts participating in this year's Imperial Capital Tournament. I'm afraid you guys won't be able to compete with those True Spirit Realm geniuses. As long as you enter the top 100, you might be able to catch their attention. In the carriage, Ouyang Ming said to Yi Xian and the others, Lord Ouyang, what's the content of the tournament? Is it just a battle? Guyest. The content of the tournament is decided by the Emperor. It's different every time, so I'm not very sure. However, there are many opportunities in this Imperial Capital Tournament. There were once people who broke through from the early 10th stage of the martial path to the True Spirit Realm in the Imperial Capital Tournament. As Ouyang Ming spoke, his gaze also fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aptitude and luck were both good, so he still had a chance. From the early 10th stage of the martial path all the way to the True Spirit Realm. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that there were a lot of good things. Lord Ouyang, there are over 1,000 people in this information. All of them are martial artists in the 10th stage of the martial path. If we include those in the 9th stage of the martial path, I'm afraid there are over 10,000 people. Gu Yi asked again. That's right. There are over 10,000 people in every tournament, so what I want to tell you is that the most important thing is to stay alive. Ouyang Ming nodded. The three of them silently agreed. As long as they were alive, anything was possible. However, Yi Xian felt that as long as he didn't meet those geniuses in the True Spirit Realm, there shouldn't be a problem. He was already fantasizing about standing out in the Imperial Capital Tournament, being recognized by the Emperor, and having a meteoric rise. 10 days later, the carriage finally entered the Imperial Capital. This was Yi Xian's first time in the Imperial Capital. Gu Yi was the same, but Deng Yang was not. He looked at Yi Xian and Gu Yi and snorted with a look of disdain. Although the profound Sun Empire was only a low-level empire, the Imperial Capital was not small. In the Imperial Capital, there were big and small influential people living in it. If the ordinary people were included, there were at least 1 million people. A city with 1 million people living in it showed how big the city was. Originally, the Imperial Capital did not allow demonic beasts to enter, but Ouyang Ming was a patrol envoy. His status was equivalent to that of a county king, so he was able to enter the Imperial Capital. He also had a house in the Imperial Capital. This was Yi Xian's temporary residence. The Imperial Capital Tournament will be held in 7 days. When the time comes, I will be back and bring you all to participate. After saying this, Ouyang Ming left the Ouyang Manor and went to the Imperial Palace to meet the Emperor. As for Yi Xian and the other two, they also stayed in their own courtyard. The Imperial Capital was not like South Forest City. The Imperial Capital was filled with officials of the Empire, so there were many powerhouses. The number of True Spirit Realm powerhouses was at least 100. Moreover, the prosperity of the Imperial Capital was incomparable to that of an ordinary city. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking whether he should use the 2,000 devouring points to obtain a few more bloodlines to increase his strength. Of course, he had another way to go, and that was to upgrade. Even in the Imperial Capital, spirit tools are rare. My 2,000 devouring points can buy 4 spirit swords. After a few times, I don't think I can break through to the true spirit realm. Yi Xian thought in his heart, but in the end he gave up on the upgrade plan. At this time, there was already something in his devouring space that could help him break through to the peak of martial path rank 10. If these 2,000 devouring points could not help him break through to the true spirit realm, then it would be a big loss. Therefore, it was better to be safe and choose the bloodline. Although the 100 Beasts bloodline is powerful, it is still a low-grade bloodline. My 100 Beasts blood essence slot is only slightly more than 700 points. Even if I collect 1,000 points, because my realm is not enough, I will not be able to merge them. Moreover, I now have a spirit tool, the water-splitting sword. If I use my fists, the power will be stronger than the sword, but under normal circumstances, the sword is better than the fists. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made a decision. Exchange for the swordsman bloodline. Ding! Exchange for the swordsman bloodline successful. Do you want to merge? Chapter 120. The swordsman bloodline was worth 300 devouring points. It could increase one's understanding and power of sword-type martial arts. Although the swordsman bloodline was only a low-grade bloodline, it could be upgraded to a mid-grade swordsman bloodline, a high-grade sword emperor bloodline, a top-grade sword saint bloodline, and a god-grade sword deity bloodline. Some low-grade bloodlines could only be used once and could not be upgraded. Therefore, Yi Xian would usually choose bloodlines that could be upgraded to avoid wasting them. Successfully fused with the swordsman bloodline. After fusing with the swordsman bloodline, Yi Xian also felt a slight change. He held the water-splitting sword in his hand as if he had become one with the water-splitting sword. Xiu! Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and slashed out. This was a rank 9 martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect. The power is indeed stronger, at least 20%. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the 300 devouring points were well spent. If he could upgrade the swordsman bloodline in the future, his sword-type martial arts would be strengthened accordingly. He might even be able to upgrade a rank 9 martial art to a rank 10 martial art. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The host has successfully fused with the swordsman bloodline. The host can now purchase a martial art that comes with it, Azure Lotus Sword Codex. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. The items sold in the devouring system were not very specific. For example, the 100 Flower bloodline. Before Yi Xian bought the swordsman bloodline, he did not know that there was a martial art that came with it. However, when he saw the price of the Azure Lotus Sword Codex, he was stunned. Azure Lotus Sword Codex, a spiritual level martial art that can be purchased after fusing with the swordsman bloodline. It costs 500 devouring points. Damn, a spiritual level martial art. Yi Xian was shocked. Now that he had broken through to the rank 10 martial path, he could already purchase a spiritual level martial art. However, the spiritual level martial art in the devouring system was quite expensive. It cost more than 1,000 points, so Yi Xian endured it. He did not expect that after fusing with the swordsman bloodline, he would be able to purchase a spiritual level martial art at a discount. Purchase! Without a second thought, Yi Xian chose to buy it. After deducting 500 points from the devouring system, a figure of light appeared in Yi Xian's mind. The glowing figure first practiced the moves in the Azure Lotus Sword Codex and then practiced the martial arts in the Sword Codex. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Myriad Flower Sword. Lotus Armor. Green Lotus Steps. Yi Xian had the bloodline of a swordsman, so he learned it almost immediately. But in the real world, not even a second had passed. Oh my, the spirit-level martial arts are so powerful. This Azure Lotus Sword Codex includes cultivation methods, martial skills, agility martial arts, and rare protective martial arts. Not only has it increased my battle prowess, but it has also increased my survivability. Yi Xian was overjoyed. The Green Lotus Sword Arts was a cultivation technique, but it was different from normal techniques. He needed to follow the moves. While practicing, he would constantly absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth and convert it into spiritual power. Yi Xian relied on devouring to level up, so the Green Lotus Sword arts was not very useful for cultivation. But with the 100-flower bloodline, it was very effective for recovering spiritual power. As for the Myriad Flower Sword, it was even more powerful. When the sword stabbed out, it could instantly split into 18 blades to attack the enemy. The second level had 36 blades, and the third level had 72 blades. Yi Xian had the bloodline of a swordsman, so he directly practiced to the second level, which meant that he could stab out 36 blades with one sword. As for the lotus armor, it was a protective martial art. It could use spiritual power to form a lotus to block the enemy's attack. As for the green lotus steps, it was a movement martial art. Although it was very fast, the appearance of a lotus with each step made Yi Xian feel that it was a little feminine. If I knew the bloodline of a swordsman was so good, I would have bought it long ago. These 4 martial arts added together would probably cost a few thousand devouring points. Yi Xian felt very helpless, but it did not matter. Didn't he buy it now? After learning about the benefits of the bloodline, Yi Xian bought another bloodline. The Sagittarius bloodline. This Sagittarius bloodline could not only improve one's eyesight, but also increase the attack power and perception of archery martial arts. It was worth 200 devouring points. Most importantly, it really did come with a set of spiritual level martial arts. However, this set of spiritual level martial arts only cost 200 devouring points, and it only had one move, called Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter was a martial art with strong penetrative power. If it was paired with a spiritual weapon, it could easily hit a target 1,500 meters away. You get what you pay for. 200 devouring points to buy a set of spiritual level martial arts was considered a profit. Now that Yi Xian had both long-range and close combat abilities, he believed that he would definitely shine in the Imperial Capital Tournament and be recognized by the Emperor as a corrupt official. During these 7 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Ouyang Manor obediently. He had just learned the Myriad Flower Sword and had only trained it to the second layer, so he wanted to train it to the third layer. The second layer had 36 rays of light, while the third layer had 72 rays. It was twice as high. Once the third layer of Myriad Flower Sword was used, a martial artist would definitely not be able to defend against it. Even a true spirit realm expert would have to retreat. After 7 days, Ouyang Ming came back as expected. At the same time, Yi Xian was ready to go. After Ouyang Ming came back, he left with Yi Xian and the other 2 and went straight to the Imperial Palace. Today was the day of the Imperial Capital Tournament. The entire city was in an uproar. It was much livelier than the wedding of the Imperial Princess. The Imperial Capital Tournament was the grandest event in the profound Sun Empire. Among the current officials and generals, there were many who stood out in the Imperial Capital Tournament. Not only that, but many of the imperial inspectors and dukes were also chosen by the emperor. Ouyang Ming was the same. Almost everyone came with the idea of being conferred the title of dukes and dukes. Ouyang Ming brought Yi Xian and the other 2 to the imperial capital. After verifying their identities, they each received an identity token. However, just as Yi Xian received the identity token, a few figures suddenly walked towards them. Yo, Ouyang Ming, I didn't expect you to bring people to participate in the tournament this time. Aren't you afraid that they will all die? A deep voice was heard. Before Ouyang Ming turned around, he furrowed his eyebrows. How could he not recognize the voice? Yi Xian sized up the newcomer. This was a burly man wearing the imperial inspector's uniform like Ouyang Ming. This burly man had a strong back and a bare waist. His arms were probably thicker than Yi Xian's neck. Behind him were 3 young men. However, these 3 people ignored Yi Xian and the other 2 and only focused on Ouyang Ming. Tianzhen. Ouyang Ming narrowed his eyes. Chapter 121. Last time and the time before that, the 3 people you brought were all killed inside. None of them came out. I didn't expect you to dare to bring people here this time. You're harming them. After Tianzhen approached, he kindly reminded him. At the same time, he quickly sized up Yi Xian and the other 2. The Empire's 16 inspectors were all true spirit realm powerhouses, so Tianzhen was also one. With his cultivation, he directly saw through the strength of Yi Xian and the other 2. 2 were in the middle stage of the 10th level of martial arts, and 1 was in the early stage of the 10th level of martial arts. I don't need you to talk about what I do. Yangming did not give the other party any face and snorted coldly. Hee, we have nothing to do with the Imperial Capital competition. However, don't forget that after this year's competition, it'll be the battle between us. If you lose, you'll have to cripple your meridians. Tianjin looked at Yangming with interest, and his face was full of mockery. If you lose, then you'll cripple your own meridians. Yangming said lightly. Lose? Tianjin suddenly laughed. Last year, I broke through to the middle stage of the true spirit realm, and you're only in the early stage. You want to defeat me? We'll know who's strong and who's weak after we fight. Yangming was too lazy to argue. If it was before, he would definitely lose. But now, he bought a few spiritual swords from Yi Xian, and his strength skyrocketed. Even if he was in the early stage of the true spirit realm, he might have a chance of winning against Tianjin, who was in the middle stage of the true spirit realm. A dead duck is still stubborn. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you take off your inspector's clothes on the spot and run around the Imperial City shirtless, I'll forget about this bet. How about it? Tianjin suddenly said. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This was too ruthless. In any case, Yangming was a patrol envoy. How was it possible for him to run around the Imperial City topless? Yi Xian could tell that Tianjin and Yangming had a deep grudge, but as a patrol envoy, Tianjin's heart was too ruthless. After the competition, the two of them would compete in martial arts. Whoever lost would have to cripple their own meridians. Tianjin, you don't have to play these little tricks. If you want to humiliate me, beat me first. Yangming said and directly left with Yi Xian and the other two. Tianjin looked at his departing figure and turned his head to the side. He said to the 3 youths behind him, with the realms of these 3 people, I'm afraid there's no need for you to make a move. They won't be able to live for long. If you see those 3 people, kill them. Yes. After Yangming left, he stood quietly with Yi Xian and the other 2. He looked at Tianjin's back and said, Tianjin is the younger brother of the master of the Tian family. He is at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. The 3 people behind him are the best in the younger generation of the Tian family, Tian Ming, Tian Ying and Tian Xiong. These 3 people are already at the peak of LV10 martial path. They are very strong. If there are no accidents, they will get good names. Moreover, Tian Ying and Tian Xiong are twins. They cooperate well. But Tian Ming is the strongest. He once fought Tian Ying and Tian Xiong to a draw. So, if you meet the 3 of them later on, just run. Also, the competition in the Imperial City is very fierce, so you are considered to be alone. Remember, don't trust others except for yourself. Hearing Yangming's words, Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Yangming's last sentence meant that if the 3 of them met each other, they should not trust each other. Because this was an individual unit, not a team unit. However, Yi Xian did not care about the 3 people from the Tian family. With his current strength, as long as he did not meet those monsters in the true spirit realm, it would not be a problem. In the past 7 days, the Imperial City had organized a knockout competition to reduce the number of participants to less than 10,000. At this time, thousands of people had gathered in front of the Imperial City. Most of them were martial artists from the Imperial City, and there were more and more people. At this time, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. It was a person wearing purple satin. It looked like he was a high-ranking official. All participants, please bring your identity token and enter the Imperial City. The purple-robed man shouted. Go, from now on, you will have to rely on yourselves. I will remind you one last time. The competition is important, but your life is more important. Especially you, Yi Xian. With your age, you can participate in the second competition. Don't lose your life. Yangming said sincerely. Yes, Sir Yangming. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. Deng Yang and Gu Yi also gave a fist salute to Yangming, then left by themselves. Although they were recommended by Yangming, from now on, they were competitors. Moreover, they were not familiar with each other, so there was no need for them to stay together. Yi Xian followed the group into the imperial city. However, when he passed through the imperial city's passage, a fat figure suddenly approached him. "Hey, brother, you're also here to participate in the competition?" An unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to turn his head in surprise. He saw a fat man who was at least 150 kilograms close to him. Just now, Ouyang Ming had reminded him not to trust anyone else. As a result, Yi Xian looked at this 300-pound fatty warily. "You're participating in the imperial city's competition at such a young age, so you must be very strong. Let's get to know each other." The fat man shook his fierce-looking face and said, "Have you heard of the saying, 'One never visits a temple without a cause'?" Yi Xian asked. "You can't say that. Right now, we don't know what the competition is about, and I don't want anything from you. I just want to be friends. Give me some face, okay?" The fat man said, then shook his eyebrows at Yi Xian, looking very wretched. After the fat man's reminder, Yi Xian also reacted. Indeed, he did not even know what the competition was about, and his water-splitting sword had been stored in the devouring space, so he only carried a high-grade mortal weapon on his back. After all, how could he not even afford a high-grade mortal weapon when participating in the competition? However, Yi Xian still carefully sized up this harmless fat man. He had a good impression of him, so he said, "I'm Yi Xian." Chapter 122. Who are you trying to fool? Yi Xian secretly rolled his eyes. How could he eat so much in a year? What kind of joke was this? Don't look at me like that. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do. Zhao Pan patted the fat on his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm still quite strong. I'll protect you when the time comes." Hearing this, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't sense Zhao Pan's aura. It seemed that Zhao Pan was at least in the middle of the 10th stage, or even the peak of the 10th stage. However, due to Zhao Pan's physique, Yi Xian couldn't tell his age. However, Yi Xian was astonished that Zhao Pan, who weighed more than 300 pounds, was wearing a large coarse hemp robe. He had a feeling that Zhao Pan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Right at this time. Wow! Zhao Pan's mouth suddenly opened wide. Yi Xian followed his gaze and saw a huge mirror hanging on the city wall. Ayaya, the capital competition this time is actually going to be held in the maze mirror. Zhao Pan exclaimed in shock. What is the maze mirror? Yi Xian turned his head and asked in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of this name. You don't understand. I, Fat Bro, was born and raised in the imperial capital. I know a lot. Zhao Pan began to speak smugly. This maze void mirror is a great treasure of the profound Sun imperial family. It claims to be a space with mountains, water, and even the heaven-earth yuan qi is much more abundant than the outside world. Moreover, there are many heavenly treasures. His voice wasn't loud, but it attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. They all gathered around. A space of its own? How is that possible? It's just a huge mirror. Some people didn't believe it. Zhao Pan looked at them in disdain and said, "Ignorant. I've said it before, this maze mirror is a treasure. It's a spiritual weapon, and it's not an ordinary spiritual weapon. It appeared in the capital competition in the past. At that time, thousands of people entered in public. Do you think it's fake?" "I've heard of it too. It's said that the members of the royal family all cultivate in there," someone on the side echoed. "Have you heard of a cosmos ring? A cosmos ring that can store anything. It's similar to this mirror of confusion. The world is huge and there are many strange things. If you haven't heard of it, it can only mean that you are ignorant. Furthermore, cosmos rings can't store living things, but this mystifying void mirror can," Zhao Pan said haughtily. It was hard to imagine that a fat man in coarse hemp would know so much. Fatty bro, tell me more." Someone at the side believed him and hurriedly said, "They were all here to participate in the competition, so it might be useful after listening to it. This mystifying mirror is very impressive. Not only can it hold 1,000 people, it can also reflect what is happening inside the mirror. If my guess is correct, there will be 36 secondary mirrors hanging outside the imperial city for others to see. These 36 mirrors are controlled by the experts of the royal family. If a battle breaks out within the mirrors, those outside will be able to see it as well, Zhao Pan continued. Does that mean that killing someone inside the mirror will be seen by others? Someone asked. You don't have to worry about that. There are only 36 secondary mirrors, and there are thousands of participants. It's not necessarily a coincidence that they will see it. Besides, if you can kill those descendants of the major clans, you might be able to catch the eye of a powerful figure. What's there to be afraid of? When Zhao Pan's words fell, the surrounding people also felt that it was reasonable and nodded in agreement. These people were also captivated by his words, so they listened intently. Suddenly, Zhao Pan chuckled and asked, "Do you know when the most exciting event of the Imperial City Tournament was?" The people at the side shook their heads. Even though they lived in the vicinity of the Imperial City, they didn't know much about the Imperial City Tournament. The grandest event of the Imperial City Tournament was 8 years ago. At that time, a total of 10,000 people entered the mystifying Void Mirror. Furthermore, their strength wasn't weak at all. 10th rank martial path cultivators could be seen everywhere, and there were even quite a few true spirit realm cultivators. However, the strongest participant at that time wasn't just at the true spirit realm. Guess what realm he was at? Zhao Pan deliberately kept them in suspense. True spirit realm intermediate stage? Zhao Pan shook his head. Heavens, could he be at the peak of the true spirit realm? Zhao Pan shook his head again. That can't be, right? Could he be at the true energy realm? That's right, he was at the true energy realm. Back then, the Imperial City Tournament required one to be under 30 years old. He was 28 years old back then, so he met the requirements. Zhao Pan nodded. Hearing those words, the crowd was shocked. A 28-year-old true energy realm cultivator, how freakish was that? That can't be, right? I heard that the top experts of the 4 great clans are only at the peak of the true spirit realm. Is it true that he's at the true energy realm? If he was at the true energy realm 8 years ago, what realm is he at now? That's too terrifying. Who is that person? It must be a lie. The crowd's body temperature rose rapidly. Of course it's true, it even caused a huge commotion back then. Furthermore, it was the current emperor who personally tested his age. Zhao Pan looked at the crowd with disdain and said, "This true energy realm cultivator in his 20s won the Imperial City Tournament." Naturally, the Imperial family wouldn't let such a genius go, so he became the current Crown Prince's teacher. The crowd sucked in a deep breath. The current Crown Prince's teacher was no ordinary person. When the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, this person would be the Emperor's teacher, possessing an extremely high status. "Fatty bro, you haven't told us his name yet." Someone asked. "Alright, listen up, this super genius's surname is Yi, his name is Yi Chong." Zhao Pan replied with a smile. When this name was mentioned, Yi Xian was also shocked. Yi Chong. This name was extremely familiar to him, because his father's name was Yi Chong. It can't be, right? Unlucky Brat's father is actually so powerful? How is that possible? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The Yi clan was just a small clan, they didn't even have an 8th grade martial path cultivator, so how could a true energy realm cultivator appear? It must be someone with the same name. However, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that Unlucky Brat's father had left the clan when he was young. No one knew where he went, and he had yet to return. The Yi clan seems to have a super expert protecting them. Could it be that Yi Chong is Unlucky Brat's father? After he left, he sent an expert to secretly protect the Yi clan? Yi Xian was very confused, so he immediately asked, "Fatty bro, is this super genius in the Imperial City now?" Zhao Pan looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile and shook his head. "No, this super genius stayed in the Imperial City for a while, then went out to train. He hasn't returned yet." Chapter 123. They went out to train again? Yi Xian had many doubts in his heart, but at this moment, the large group in front of him suddenly stopped. Yi Xian snapped out of his daze and looked in front of him in astonishment. Could it be that they're really doing it in the mystifying mirror? There were city walls all around and a huge mirror hung in front of them, so most people guessed so. There were still people coming in behind, so Zhao Pan asked again, "By the way, Yi Xian, you don't look like a local. Where are you from?" Nanlin County, recommended by the patrol inspector. Yi Xian replied casually, then asked, "Fatty bro, how do you know so much?" "Huh, I have connections in the imperial court, so of course I know." Zhao Pan chuckled. "I see. Then do you know anything else? For example, where did this person go?" Yi Xian asked again. "That I don't know. His whereabouts are mysterious. I'm afraid even the emperor doesn't know. I've already told you everything I know." "Why, is Brother Yi interested in him?" Zhao Pan asked. Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Of course. I'm afraid anyone would be interested in such a genius." Very quickly, the people behind him also walked into the imperial city. After the last person entered, the city gate at the back also closed with a rumble. "Everyone, the imperial capital tournament is about to begin." A figure suddenly appeared on the city wall in front of them. It was the purple-robed man from before. In an instant, the people below obediently shut their mouths and the entire crowd fell silent. Seeing this, the purple-robed man nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm sure everyone has received their identity tokens. Next, I'll explain the rules of the Imperial Capital Tournament. In the first round, you will enter the Imperial Capital's secret treasure, the Mystifying Mirror. The main point of this round is to collect points. From the moment you receive your identity token, you will have points. The early 9th level of the martial path will be 1 point, the middle 9th level will be 10 points, the peak 9th level will be 100 points, and so on. The Imperial Capital Tournament is ranked according to points. Furthermore, the top 100 points can be exchanged for treasures. 1 point is equivalent to 10 taels of gold. Hearing this, the nearly 10,000 people present were stunned. 1 point was equivalent to 10 taels of gold. If that was the case, then wouldn't those martial artists at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path have 100,000 points at the start? That's 1 million gold taels, which is equivalent to 100 Devourer points. It had to be known that 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 1 piece of low-grade crystal stone. If he gathered 2 more pieces, he would be able to purchase a spirit weapon. To put it simply, the initial points of a true spirit realm martial artist were equivalent to an interspatial ring. What? The entire crowd was in an uproar. However, there was still a prerequisite, and that was that one had to be ranked in the top 100. Otherwise, one would not be able to exchange for it. It was very difficult to be in the top 100. If they were to rank now, the top 100 would be at least in the middle of the 10th stage. Also, other than obtaining points from other people, you can find points everywhere in the maze mirror. You can find point tokens on trees, in caves, and even on the ground. After the purple-clothed man finished saying those words, he waved his hand. Then, the bewildering mirror that was hanging on the walls of the imperial city slowly descended. Please take good care of your identity token. As long as you put 2 identity tokens together and circulate your spiritual energy, you will be able to absorb the points of other people's tokens. The first stage of the Imperial City Tournament will last for a month. Now, you can enter the bewildering mirror one by one. When the purple-clothed man finished speaking, the bewildering mirror had already landed on the ground. This bewildering mirror was 3 meters tall. Then, the participants of the Imperial City Tournament entered the bewildering mirror in an orderly manner. It's really amazing. I can actually enter the mirror. Yi Xian looked at the figures in front of him disappearing one by one. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Behind the bewildering mirror was the Imperial City wall. That was truly entering the mirror. The participants entered the bewildering mirror one by one. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. After entering the bewildering mirror, everyone will scatter. So, Brother Yi, you have to be careful. Zhao Pan reminded Yi Xian behind him. Yi Xian nodded and entered the bewildering mirror. Seeing Yi Xian disappear in front of him, Zhao Pan's eyes flickered a few times. Then, he entered the bewildering mirror. After entering the bewildering mirror, Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was in a forest. There was not a single living thing in the surroundings. The thousands of people had also disappeared. Amazing! It's really a treasure. The heaven and earth origin chi is very abundant. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for 10 days outside. I heard that even the members of the imperial family cultivate here. Yi Xian didn't dare to think further. In any case, it was a very high-class place. The first stage of the Imperial City Tournament is to earn points. I'm in the middle stage of the 10th stage of the Martial Path, so I already have 10,000 points. However, those who are in the 10th stage of the Martial Path already have 100,000 points. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he saw that there were several geniuses in the true spirit realm in the information that Ouyang Ming gave him. These people had millions of points as soon as they entered. The difference was too big. However, 1 point could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold. His 10,000 points were equivalent to 100,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 10 million taels of silver. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. It seemed that he didn't make a mistake coming here. He estimated that after this tournament, he would be able to break through to the true spirit realm. Now that he had fused with the archer bloodline, his eyesight was amazing. He looked around and found a point token in a tree hole not far away. He quickly went over and touched the token with his identity token. Then, he used his spiritual power to form a bridge and transferred the points from the token to his token. Only 1 point? What a waste of my expression. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, the purple-clothed man said that there were many point tokens, but he guessed that most of them were only worth 1 or 10 points. Since he was lost, Yi Xian could only choose a random direction to go. However, he, who had fused with the archer bloodline, found many good things. Oh my God, heaven and earth treasures are everywhere. Yi Xian was shocked. He had only run for less than a minute and found 7 or 8 heaven and earth treasures. Although each was only worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, many little drops made a mickle. In a few minutes, he could increase his spiritual power by 1 million taels of silver. This speed was even faster than when he hunted the mighty Vajra. The more abundant the heaven and earth essence chi was, the higher the probability of heaven and earth treasures appearing. Chapter 124. Why are you still hiding your strength? Break through. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and devoured the corpses of the mighty Vajras in the space. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the 10th level of the martial path. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian was only 1 step away from the true spirit realm. It was unknown how long it would take for him to break through to the true spirit realm. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. After breaking through, Yi Xian's speed skyrocketed again. He began to run wildly and at the same time, he used his eagle eyes to scan the surroundings. He still had the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer in his body, so all the treasures along the way were not spared and were devoured by him one by one. His spiritual energy was expanding bit by bit. In less than 10 minutes, he had collected several million taels of good stuff. However, the value of these items did not exceed 1 million taels of silver, so there would be no devouring points. Awesome, this is awesome. At this speed, I'll be able to break through to the true spirit realm in a few days. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. However, in the next moment he suddenly discovered a problem. Right? The scene in the maze mirror will be reflected on the 36 side mirrors. In other words, someone might have found out about my interspatial ring. Forget it, so what if they know? Now, Yi Xian was not afraid of this at all. An interspatial ring was only worth 10 low-grade crystals. And he could buy one as long as he killed 10 martial artists at the peak of the 10th level of the martial path. As long as he broke through to the true spirit realm, who would dare to provoke him? However, 30 minutes after he entered the maze mirror, he finally encountered a participant. At the same time, this participant also noticed him. This was a person who was about 20 years old. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up this person. He estimated that this person was at most a martial artist at the 10th level of the martial path. Such a young kid, it seems that he's not very strong. This martial artist looked at Yi Xian's slightly young face and did not say anything. He took a step forward and wanted to kill Yi Xian. Brat, your clan's elders are really not worried at all. They actually allowed you to participate in the imperial capital competition. Go to hell. The martial artist drew his sword and stabbed toward Yi Xian's throat. But right at this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged and the spiritual energy of a peak 10th stage martial path surged out. What? The martial artist's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he would encounter a second-rank master. The participants of the Imperial Capital Great Competition were divided into several tiers. The first tier was the elite who had left the martial path, which was the true spirit stage. The second tier was the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path, and there were about 100 of them. And he just so happened to meet one. Swish! With a gust of wind, the martial artist's eyes widened as he watched Yi Xian suddenly materialize a long sword and stab it into his chest. This is impossible, the martial artist thought to himself. It turned out that not only was Yi Xian at the peak of LV10, but he also had an interspatial ring and a spiritual weapon. Such a person would definitely have an extraordinary status. It wasn't a wise choice to provoke him. But it was too late for the martial artist to regret. Plop! The martial artist's corpse fell to the ground. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Xian said lightly and then searched the martial artist's body, but he didn't find anything valuable. There was only a high-grade mortal weapon and some elixirs that were very cheap to him. There wasn't even a single herb. Yi Xian didn't have the habit of wasting things and swallowed all of them. Intermediate 10th stage martial path, 10,000 points. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian transferred the martial artist's points to him. At this moment he had 20,000 points. What a pity. If I had known, I would have broken through before coming in. That way, I would have at least 100,000 points. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and then left. For the rest of the time, Yi Xian kept pacing back and forth. Although he didn't have much knowledge now, he had the bloodline of Eagle Eye and the treasure-hunting deer. As long as he came across something good, he would pick it and swallow it without hesitation. In fact, the number of people participating in the Imperial Capital Tournament was far more than these thousands of people. In the first round of elimination, more than 100,000 people were eliminated. Now that these thousands of people had entered the maze mirror, they would definitely fight if they encountered each other. In less than an hour, hundreds of people had died. There was still a month left. Who would survive to the end? After entering the maze mirror, Yi Xian came to a treasure trove. Not many participants had interspatial rings, so the good things along the way were all taken advantage of by him. At this time, a few hours had already passed. It's evening? Seeing that the sky had darkened, Yi Xian was startled. He estimated the time and found that the time in the maze mirror was about the same as outside. Very few people move at night. Most of them are resting. However, this doesn't affect me much. Yi Xian thought to himself. With his strength, he was probably at the top of the ladder among the participants. The maze mirror was a treasure trove, so he didn't want to waste any time. However, at this time, a different roar suddenly came from the forest. Awoo! This roar clearly didn't come from people fighting, but from a demonic beast. There are demonic beasts in the maze mirror? After hearing this roar, Yi Xian frowned. He followed the sound and quickly found a demonic beast. It was a 9th-rank white-feather demonic wolf. My luck is not bad. Looks like I won't have to eat rations tonight. Yi Xian smiled and took out the golden eagle bow. He used a supernova arrow to kill the white-feather demonic wolf. He walked over and used the water splitter sword to cut off a piece of meat, preparing to roast it. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that there was something in the demonic wolf's body. It was a token of points. So demonic beasts also have tokens in their bodies. Looks like there's another way to obtain them. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He then directly devoured the corpse of the white-feathered demonic wolf. However, before him, there were already many people who found demonic beasts and killed them. They also coincidentally found the token in the demonic beast's body. These people were overjoyed. They then disguised the scene, thinking that they couldn't let others know. After all, this was another way to increase their points. Who knows, they might come across more demonic beast corpses in the future. At the same time, in the Mystic Sun Imperial Capital's palace, a group of officials were looking at the 36 mirrors hanging in the sky. They were making a commotion. Chapter 125. Oh, the Emperor is really going all out this time. He even added a way for demonic beasts to earn points. It seems like the top 10 will have 1,000,000 points this time. 1,000,000 points is equivalent to 10 low-grade crystals. It's enough to buy a few spiritual weapons. According to the rules, the top 100 can exchange their points for gold. If we calculate, we'll need a few thousand low-grade crystals, or even tens of thousands of low-grade crystals. Who will make it to the top 10 this time? I'm looking forward to it. Of course, it will be the son of the National Protector General, Xianxia. Sigh, it won't be a problem for these true spirit realm cultivators to make it to the top 10. But there are only 6 true spirit realm cultivators. There are still 4 spots left. I heard that Tian Ming from the Tian family is doing well. He has already reached the peak of LV10. This time, he might break through in the competition. These ministers watched and discussed as they watched. There were civil officials and generals among these officials. Not only that, but the Xianyang Empire's 16 patrol envoys were also present. However, the emperor of the Xianyang Empire did not appear. Just now, one of the 36 side mirrors in the palace had reflected Yi Xian's battle. When Ouyang Ming saw it, his tiger body trembled. Yi Xian, don't let me down. Ouyang Ming sat there quietly as he thought to himself. It was already night time. Whether it was outside or inside the maze mirror, large lanterns were lit. However, the people outside and inside the palace did not decrease at all. Inside the maze mirror. I've rested enough. It's time for me to go hunting. Yi Xian jumped down from a tree. He had rested for a while and had a meal. Now, he was preparing to hunt through the night. With the 100 Flowers bloodline, his recovery ability was amazing. He only needed to rest for a while and he would be full of energy. Although night had fallen, his vision was still better than others. He quickly moved a distance away and found a martial artist resting on a tree. He immediately drew his bow and shot a supernova arrow at him. Boom! The supernova arrow accurately hit the tree trunk and blasted the martial artist who was resting on the tree to the ground. Then, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and placed his cleaving water sword on his opponent's neck. Do you want points or your life? Before the martialist could react, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. When he heard Yi Xian's cold words, he hurriedly took out his token. There are others. Yi Xian continued. This cultivator was scared half to death, not daring to hide anything. He had no choice but to hand over some of the natural treasures he had just picked. Goodbye. After Yi Xian transferred the points from the token to himself, he returned the token to him. This martial artist was only at the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path. He had no chance of winning against Yi Xian. If it was an ordinary person, they would not hesitate to slit the other party's throat and take all their points and belongings. However, Yi Xian was still merciful. As long as the other party did not intend to kill him, he would spare his life. After all, the other party could continue to collect points, and the two of them might meet again in the future. The sky was very dark, and most people would have hidden away to rest. However, Yi Xian did not. The sky still has some effect on me. Forget it, I'll buy a bloodline. With a thought, Yi Xian used 200 devouring points to exchange for a bloodline called the Shadow Leopard. This Shadow Leopard had the ability to see in the dark, and when it was upgraded to the intermediate level, it could use the night to hide. It was also a bloodline that could be upgraded. With the help of the Shadow Leopard bloodline, Yi Xian's efficiency was extremely high. In just half an hour, he had collected many good things and robbed dozens of people. At this time, his points had reached 100,000. However, he did not even see a single peak 10th stage martial artist. Instead, he saw many corpses. It seems that these people are merciless. They kill as many as they can. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He wondered how many people would be able to leave the maze mirror alive in a month's time. As he thought about it, he hurried on. Unknowingly, he had left the forest and arrived at a grassland. What a strong spiritual aura. It's in that direction. As soon as he left the forest, Yi Xian's treasure hunting deer bloodline came into effect. He immediately ran in that direction. When he got close to the spiritual aura, he found that it was a large stone tablet. On the tablet, there was a total of 500 rankings. First place, Xianxia, 21 million. Second place, Li Shan, 18 million. Third place, Lu Yuan, 15 million. Fourth place. Yi Xian glanced and found that the first 6 places were occupied by the children of high officials. These 6 people were all experts of the true spirit realm. It seems that their speed is not fast. However, this is only the first day. I'm afraid that the points will shoot up in an instant. Yi Xian then focused on the 7th place. It was a familiar name. Tianming. 360,000 points. Oh, this Tianming's speed is faster than the 6 experts of the true spirit realm. It seems that he is lucky to encounter 2 peak 10th stage martial artists. Humph, you better not meet me or I'll kill you. Yi Xian snorted. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of the Tian family. The Tian family had some influence in the imperial capital. Tian Zhen, the younger brother of the head of the family, was the imperial inspector. This had nothing to do with Yi Xian. However, Tian Zhen had a bet with Ouyang Ming. Whoever lost would destroy his own meridians. This meant that he would become a useless person in the future and even lose his position as the imperial inspector. Although he did not understand the conflict between Ouyang Ming and Tian Zhen, Yi Xian was recommended by Ouyang Ming. Naturally, he would help Ouyang Ming. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, a ray of light rose into the sky and then exploded in the air. The bright light immediately attracted Yi Xian's attention. This is the heavenly thunder cannon. It should be used by some families to meet. Yi Xian also reacted at once. There were nearly 10,000 people participating in the imperial capital competition. Most of them were disciples of the families. If they gathered together, they would be a strong force. Although Yi Xian did not know which family they were from, the fact that they could use the heavenly thunder cannon to gather their companions showed that there were many people from this family. Since they were from a big family, their strength would be relatively stronger and they would have more points. However, when Yi Xian quietly sneaked over, he found that he knew this family. He actually knew them. Chapter 126. The Tian family originally had 3 recommendation spots, and with the addition of Tian Zhen's 3 recommendation spots, there would be 6. However, this did not mean that the Tian family only sent 6 people, because the others could still participate in the elimination round. The reason why they used the recommendation spots was that they did not want to cause gossip. If Tian Ming were to participate in the elimination round, there would definitely be many people gossiping. At this time, not far in front of Yi Xian, there were 2 young men wearing the Tian family's uniform. They were holding a sky thunder cannon in their hands and seemed to be preparing to shoot another one. It seems that they want to attract others, then rob the points and meet the other disciples of the Tian family. Yi Xian saw through the intention of these 2 people. However, when he went out, 3 figures converged towards the 2 disciples of the Tian family, so he stopped again. TSK, only 3 people are attracted. The 2 disciples of the Tian family suddenly jumped down from the tree. Tian family? When the 3 cultivators saw the 2 men's clothes, they were shocked and immediately turned around to run. Want to leave? Stay here. The 2 Tian family members quickly rushed out and killed the 3 people. Then they transferred their points to their own identity tokens. TSK, only a total of 1,000 points. One of the disciples of the Tian family spat and said disdainfully, "This is not bad. A sky thunder cannon is less than 1 tael of gold. 1,000 points is 10,000 taels of gold. As long as we transfer all the points to Tian Ming in the end, we will make a lot of money." Another disciple of the Tian family said, "That's right, but our uniforms are really good. They ran away when they saw us and didn't even look back." "That's right, our surname is Tian. Although we can kill people here, who dares to really attack us? It seems that we can make a fortune. After this, we may be able to break through to the peak of Martial Dao Realm 10th level." Just as the 2 disciples were chatting, suddenly there were 2 sounds of breaking through the air. Sneak attack? The 2 of them just reacted, but in the next moment, their hearts were pierced by a burst of chi strength. Yi Xian walked out from not far away. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Obviously, he was the oriole. He's even wearing 2 high-grade mortal artifact armors. Is this person so afraid of death? Yi Xian said in surprise as he flipped open a person's clothes. Fortunately, he was the one who launched the sneak attack. Otherwise, the arrow just now would not have been able to break through these two treasured armors. However, this was also an unexpected gain for him. Both of them were at the mid-10th stage of the martial path and could be considered elites of the Tian family. Their points added up to about 30,000. As for the rest, they were all devoured by Yi Xian. I wonder if my actions are reflected in the maze mirror. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yi Xian could not help but think about it, but he was not afraid. Killing was allowed in the Imperial Capital tournament. Moreover, with so many people here, the probability of appearing on the secondary mirror was very small. Moreover, after this competition, he would definitely be appreciated by some important figure. Could it be that he would still be afraid of the Tian family who only had one patrol envoy? Then Yi Xian left. This time, he had obtained 30,000 points, which was equivalent to 300,000 taels of gold. This Imperial Capital tournament was really profitable. However, if he wanted to exchange his points for gold, he had to squeeze into the top 100. Yi Xian had seen the ranking stone tablet before. He had already rushed into the top 100. Now, with the 30,000 points, he had almost 200,000 points. He estimated that he would be ranked around 70. However, this was only the first day. The more time passed, the fewer people there would be, and the higher the points would be. That night, Yi Xian was running around. The maze mirror was not much different from the outside world. After a busy night, he hid in a cave. At this time, his points had reached more than 300,000. Most of them were from robberies, while some were from picking up and killing monsters. However, the biggest gain was the large amount of items he had devoured. He estimated that they were worth at least 2 spiritual artifacts. At the same time, after a night, the rankings on the scoreboard had also changed. Xianxia, the son of the National Guardian General, had reached 1.8 million points. As for the other 5 true Spirit Realm cultivators, only the order had changed. They all had around 1.5 million points. However, to everyone's astonishment, an unfamiliar name appeared between the 7th to 10th ranks. Zhao Pan. Originally, the 7th to 10th place were all disciples of the big families in the imperial capital. Everyone knew who they were. However, this Zhao Pan left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. He was ranked 10th with 550,000 points. When Yi Xian saw this name, he was shocked as well. However, when he thought about how there were nearly 10,000 people participating in the imperial capital competition, there were a lot of people with the same name. He also discovered a few people called Yi Xian and some called Yi Zhang, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. Although he did not squeeze into the top 10, Yi Xian did not care. After all, this was only the first day. Moreover, most of the people today were picking heaven and earth treasures. Occasionally, they would encounter people who would rob them. Moreover, the people he encountered were very weak. None of them was at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. He rested in the cave for 2 hours. When the sky was bright, he left to continue hunting. However, not long after he left, he encountered a young man. A young man who looked very ordinary. However, Yi Xian could sense that the young man was pretending to be weak. It feels like he's at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. Looks like he has quite a lot of points. Yi Xian approached the young man. The young man's senses were very sharp. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he subconsciously said, "So young?" He was indeed at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. However, he was already 25 years old. He met the requirements of the imperial capital tournament. So what if I'm young? Yi Xian stopped and smiled. Since you've had a hard time cultivating, I'll let you go if you leave your point token behind. The young man sighed. Oh, what if I don't? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He liked it when people looked down on him. Hearing that, the young man's expression changed immediately. If that's the case, I'll have to do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he pounced on Yi Xian like a cheetah. You're a martial artist. Not bad. Yi Xian immediately saw that the young man had tempered his body. However, in front of his 100-beast bloodline, Any tempered body technique was useless. Bang! Chapter 127. How is this possible? The young man clutched his right hand. He could feel that his right arm was dislocated. Moreover, his opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, his arm would have been crippled. Hand over the items and I'll let you go. Yi Xian strode forward and pressed the water-splitter sword against the young man's throat. Winner takes all. The young man was rather straightforward. He threw all his belongings to Yi Xian. With a treasure-hunting deer bloodline, Yi Xian was not afraid that the young man would hide his belongings. Oh, Zhou Yun, 9th on the rankings. After seeing the name on the token, Yi Xian was a little surprised. It turned out that he was a descendant of the Zhou family in the imperial capital. As he spoke, he also threw the token back. Zhou Yun had a total of 480,000 points. Yi Xian already had more than 300,000 points. Now that he had 480,000 points, he immediately squeezed into the top 10 of the rankings. He even took away the 7th place of the Tian family's Tian Ming. Then, Yi Xian swallowed all the good things on the ground in front of him, leaving only a bottle of healing medicine. An interspatial ring? What's your name? Why haven't I heard of you before? Zhou Yun asked in surprise. Hee, you'll know after looking at the rankings. I'm not as precious as you. I'm just a nobody. Yi Xian laughed and then hurried away. Wait, Zhou Yun suddenly called out. What? Don't tell me you still want to die? Yi Xian said in surprise. If you let me live, I'll tell you a piece of news. About 10 minutes in this direction, there's a mountain. There's a spirit beast on that mountain. I reckon that there are quite a few people who are eyeing that spirit beast. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Zhou Yun pointed in a direction. Spirit beast? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was really interested. Spirit beasts were rare. The only type of spirit beast he had seen was the horned flood dragon under the Black Lake. That's right. I'm coming from that direction. There are people gathering there. I felt that one spirit beast wasn't enough, so I left. Zhou Yun nodded. All right, thanks a lot. Yi Xian nodded his head, then left. According to Yangming's guess, the spirit beast probably had a points badge inside its body, which was worth 1 million points. If he could get 1 million points, he would probably be able to squeeze into the top 6, or even first place, because there were others there. Following the direction Zhou Yun pointed, Yi Xian sprinted for more than a minute. Sure enough, he saw a mountain. At this time, there were already a few people gathered at the foot of the mountain. More people are coming, more people are coming. At the foot of the mountain, a martial artist shouted loudly. Yi Xian looked from afar and couldn't help but frown. This was because he discovered that there was actually someone from the Tian family among these people. What a small world. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Then he used his normal speed to approach the other party. There were a total of 6 people at the foot of the mountain, and only one of them was a disciple of the Tian family. However, when he got closer, the Tian family member suddenly frowned and said, Tisk, it's just a kid. I don't think he's that strong, but it's fine. He'll attract the spirit beast's attention later. The others didn't say anything. They felt that it made sense. They were about to face a spirit beast, and no one wanted to attract its attention. They didn't give Yi Xian a chance to refute, but all of them had locked onto Yi Xian. If Yi Xian dared to move, he would be attacked by the 6 of them in an instant. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he silently sized up the 6 of them. 2 of them are at the peak of 10th realm, and 4 are at the middle of 10th realm. The 2 of them included the Tian family member. He didn't expect that in addition to Tian Ming, Tian Ying, and Tian Xiong, there were other geniuses of this realm in the Tian family. At this time, a martial artist opened his mouth and said, With just the few of us, I'm afraid we're still a little weak. Let's wait for another peak martial artist or 2 more at the middle of 10th realm before we go. Okay, but how should we distribute them? Someone suddenly asked and glanced at the Tian family member. The Tian family member snorted and said, A spirit beast is worth 1 million points, which is 10 low-grade crystals. And a spirit beast core is worth 5 low-grade crystals. I only want the spirit beast core, and you can divide the points among yourselves. Are you kidding me? Before the Tian family member finished his words, another peak martial artist laughed and said, "Do you think we're idiots? A spirit beast core is priceless. If I get this spirit beast core, I might be able to break through to the true spirit realm. Do you think I'll give it to you?" "That's right. If I get it, I can at least break through to the peak of 10th realm." "That's right. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Tian family." Someone immediately agreed. "Okay, then we'll distribute it after we kill the spirit beast." The Tian family member snorted. Although he said it tactfully, everyone present understood that after killing the spirit beast, they would fight and the winner would take the spirit beast core. But the other peak martial artist immediately nodded. Among the people present, he and the Tian family member were the strongest. The 4 mid-10th realm martial artists looked at each other. Now, did they have a way out? If they didn't agree, they would be killed by the 2 peak martial artists in an instant. As for Xianxia, the 6 of them treated him as cannon fodder, so it didn't matter. They waited for a while, but no one came. Helpless, the Tian family member said, "It seems that no one is here. Let's go up and see how strong the spirit beast is. We'll come down if we can't handle it." "Okay." The other peak martial artist nodded. However, just as they were about to climb the mountain, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. "Someone's here. Wait a little longer," the pinnacle martial artist said. However, when he saw the face of the person who had come, his face turned pale. "Oh no, why is it him?" Everyone's face changed. As for Xian, he also recognized the person. It was Tian Xiong, whom he met once outside the imperial city. "Ah, brother Xiong." The Tian family member laughed. Tian Xiong was very fast. Before the others could react, he had already arrived. "Tian Chao, what are you doing here?" Tian Xiong asked in surprise as he approached. "Brother Xiong, there's a spirit beast on the mountain. We're gathering people," Tian Chao said. Hearing this, Tian Xiong's eyes lit up. The spirit beast core was very important to him, who was stuck at the peak of 10th realm of the martial path. "We have enough people." Tian Xiong looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Xian. However, he didn't say anything because he already regarded Xian as a dead man. "Yes, that's enough. Let's go, you guys lead the way." Chapter 128. I've heard of Tian Xiong's name. With your strength, you can take down that spirit beast. So, I'll take my leave. The peak martial artist was obviously extremely afraid of Tian Xiong. After cupping his fists, he turned to leave. "Stop!" Tian Xiong shouted. "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? Stay or die. Don't go too far. I'm a member of the Zhou family," the peak martial artist said with a livid expression. He thought that by announcing his family background, he would be able to make Tian Xiong fear him. However, he overestimated himself. You can't even enter the capital. What qualifications do you have to make me, Tian Xiong, fear you? Cut the crap. You lead the way or die." Tian Xiong suddenly pulled out the broadsword on his back. The Zhou family disciple's face had already sunk to the bottom. He could only nod helplessly. He knew that if he helped Tian Xiong and Tian Chao kill the spirit beast, the other party would definitely turn on him and kill everyone. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only escape when fighting the spirit beast. As for the other 4 martial artists, they were even more desperate. Although they were only 1 level lower than Tian Xiong's strength could probably kill them in an instant. Therefore, they could only obediently lead the way. Seeing the 5 of them start to go up the mountain, Tian Xiong's gaze also fell on Xian. "You follow." Xian didn't say anything and just followed silently. He wasn't afraid of Tian Xiong, but he wasn't confident in facing the spirit beast alone, so he wanted to take a look first. The 8 of them started to go up the mountain. However, just as they were halfway up, one of them suddenly jumped away and prepared to escape. "Want to leave?" Tian Xiong had already expected this possibility. He raised his right hand and a blade light swept towards that person. Rip. The mid-stage 10th realm martial artist was instantly cut in half as if he was cutting tofu. So strong. Even I can't dodge that blade light. The peak martial artist's heart trembled. "Who else wants to leave? Stand out." Xianxia stared and roared domineeringly. In fact, the other 3 mid-stage 10th realm martial artists also wanted to escape, but after seeing the miserable state of that unlucky guy, they immediately swallowed their saliva. Now wasn't the best time to escape. Very good. If this trip goes smoothly, I might consider giving you some points. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, the others' faces were gloomy. They knew that this time, if they weren't killed by that powerful spirit beast, they would definitely be silenced by Xianxia. Consider getting some points? What kind of joke was this? Was he going to kill them after he got the points? They were very angry, but what could they do in the face of absolute strength? Roar. More than 10 minutes after they started climbing the mountain, an angry roar suddenly fell into everyone's ears. Immediately after, they discovered corpses. They were the cultivators who had climbed the mountain before. Xianxia examined the corpses and found that these people either had their throats crushed or their ribs broken. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the team became gloomier. Bear-type spirit beasts were generally known for their strength and defense. Xianxia was confident that he could break through their defense, but the others didn't. Taking advantage of the time when Xianxia was checking the bodies, a figure suddenly left the team and ran toward the forest. However, a cold light flashed past and instantly split him in half. This cold light was from Xianxia. He snorted and didn't even look at it. You people actually want to escape from me? You really don't know what's good for you. If anyone dares to have such thoughts, I will first cut off their legs and then feed them to the spirit beast. Xianxia said slowly. From the beginning, he didn't intend to let Yi Xian and the others leave. Just now, he said that he would split the points casually. The remaining 2 mid-stage 10th realm martial artists were already in despair. With their strength, it was impossible to escape from Xianxia's eyes. If they didn't escape, they would probably be killed by that spirit beast. What should they do? Roar. There were continuous roars coming from the mountain. They moved closer and closer. The sound was getting closer and closer. Not long after, a black bear that was at least 3 meters tall appeared in front of them. Gulp. The 3 people in front of Yi Xian swallowed their saliva. It seemed that there was going to be a tough battle. So it's a berserk black bear. Although it has extraordinary strength, it's not fast. With my Tian family's movement technique and the others, killing this berserk black bear is not a problem. If I learn a spirit-level movement technique, I can do it alone. Xianxia said in his heart. Although the Tian family was a big family, they didn't have a spirit-level martial art. In the entire empire, only the imperial family had a spirit-level martial art. On the side, Tianchao also pulled out his long sword. The defense of this berserk black bear was very strong. He couldn't guarantee that his attack could break through the defense of this berserk black bear. However, he believed that Xianxia could do it. Xianxia used a saber and learned a fierce martial art. It was very powerful. At the same time, he also knew that if he successfully killed this spirit beast, the inner core would definitely be taken away by Xianxia. However, he could at least get a share of the soup. Xianxia ate the meat and he drank the soup. Moreover, Xianxia would definitely not treat him unfairly because his father was Tianzhen, the empire's patrol inspector. The few of you, if anyone dares to run during the battle, I, Tianxia, will be the first to kill him. Xianxia said to Yi Xian and the others. Seeing that they didn't speak, Xianxia snorted coldly. After exchanging a look with Tianchao, he shouted, "Go!" In an instant he rushed out. As soon as he landed, a huge saber light slashed towards the berserk black bear. At the same time, the others also rushed out and attacked the berserk black bear. As for Tianchao, he stayed where he was. Tianxia gave him a look just now, telling him to stay here to prevent anyone from escaping. Bang! The saber light was the first to reach the berserk black bear, but it was scattered by a slap from the berserk black bear. It's really powerful. Try this move. Tianxia shouted and suddenly rushed to the back of the berserk black bear. He slashed heavily with his saber and directly cut the berserk black bear's fur. Swish! The saber was embedded in the berserk black bear's back. This was within Tianxia's expectations. After all, the saber in his hand was a spirit weapon. Chapter 129. Tian Chao. Suddenly, Tian Xiong shouted. Tian Chao's eyes lit up as he attacked. However, he didn't attack the berserk black bear, but the three martial artists and Yi Xian. Tian Xiong wasn't sure if he could kill the berserk black bear, but now he was confident, so he signaled Tian Chao to kill them. The two martial artists in the middle stage of the 10th realm couldn't dodge in time and were cut in half. As for the Zhou family disciple, he managed to block it, but unfortunately, Tian Chao's weapon was also a spiritual weapon. His weapon was instantly cut in half and he was sent flying. Swoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tian Xiong once again slashed out with a slash, killing this peak martial artist. Now, only Tian Xiong and Tian Chao were left. Something's not right. Suddenly, Tian Chao realized that something was wrong. He had slashed 4 times, but only 3 corpses were left. Where was the 4th person? It's that cannon fodder. Where's that cannon fodder? Tian Chao turned his head in surprise. He clearly remembered that he had slashed at Yi Xian, but where was his corpse? Consider yourself lucky that you escaped. Tian Chao snorted in his heart. He didn't know Yi Xian, so he couldn't be bothered to chase after him. Instead, he joined the battle. It wouldn't be a problem for 2 cultivators in the 10th stage of the martial path to fight a spiritual beast with spiritual artifacts. Their attacks were able to injure the berserk black bear, but the berserk black bear was slower than them, so it could only take a beating. After a while, the berserk black bear was covered in blood, and its screams echoed throughout the forest. Tian Xiong didn't notice what happened to Yi Xian. He was focused on attacking the berserk black bear. In less than half a minute, the berserk black bear had lost an arm, greatly reducing its combat strength. It was estimated that it would be killed by Tian Xiong and Yi Xian in less than 10 seconds. Yi Xian had already hidden in the forest and took out his golden eagle bow. The moment Tian Xiong and Yi Xian killed the berserk black bear would be the moment for him to attack. However, just as the berserk black bear was about to be killed, a roar suddenly rang out in the forest. Roar? Tian Xiong and Tian Xiong were a little surprised because this voice came from not far away. They pondered for a moment, then their expressions changed. There's a second berserk black bear. Tian Xiong immediately reacted. It turned out that there were 2 spirit beasts on this mountain. Die for me. Tian Xiong's eyes widened as he aimed at the scarred berserk black bear in front of him. Abruptly, he slashed out with all his might. Hiss! The saber light cut off one of the berserk black bear's thighs. This berserk black bear did not have much combat power left. But at this moment, a second berserk black bear came running from not far away. Moreover, this berserk black bear was a size bigger than the one that fell to the ground. It was at least 4 meters tall. Oh no, it's the middle stage true spirit realm. Tian Xiong shouted loudly. Tian Chao also understood that they had to leave. Facing the berserk black bear at the early stage of the true spirit realm, the 2 of them could still kill it with their spiritual weapons. However, this spirit beast was obviously at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. If they did not run away, they would be smashed into meat paste. Let's go! Tian Xiong and Tian Chao looked at each other and immediately turned around, ready to leave. However, the moment they turned around, they suddenly saw a series of cold lights sweeping towards them. Boom! 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 Tian Xiong and Tian Chao were both hit by 2 exploding star arrows and were instantly blown away. However, they flew in a bad direction and landed right beside the berserk black bear at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. Roar! It's over! Tian Xiong and Tian Chao, who were lying on the ground, looked at the berserk black bear that seemed to be taller than the sky. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their chest and the crisp sound of bones breaking was very clear. The 2 of them were directly killed by this berserk black bear with 1 punch. Such terrifying destructive power. If I was hit by this punch, I'm afraid I would also be dead. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the forest, broke out in a cold sweat. However, he still shot a chaotic arrow at this berserk black bear. A cold light instantly split into 9 and shot towards this berserk black bear. Bang! 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 9 consecutive explosions sounded, But this berserk black bear was not harmed at all. Such strong defensive power. Yi Xian was shocked. At the same time, this berserk black bear rushed towards Yi Xian. This berserk black bear on the ground was its child. And now Yi Xian was the only one alive. If it did not seek revenge on Yi Xian, who would it seek revenge on? Try this again. Yi Xian pulled the golden eagle bow again. When he released his right hand, a spiritual arrow had already pierced through the air. Spirit level martial technique, sharpshooter. This berserk black bear blocked with its hand, but sharpshooter was a spirit level martial technique. Coupled with the golden eagle bow and the enhancement of the archer bloodline, even if it was known for its defensive power, it could not block this attack. The spiritual arrow instantly pierced through its palm and then directly hit its heart. It's not dead? Yi Xian was a little shocked and hurriedly shot another arrow. This time, the spiritual arrow directly pierced through the berserk black bear's heart. The berserk black bear that was comparable to the middle stage of the true spirit realm was dead. Plop. This 4-meter-tall giant body heavily smashed onto the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Yi Xian looked at this berserk black bear's corpse and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had underestimated his strength. His spiritual weapon, spirit-level martial technique, and archer bloodline made his attack power extraordinary. He was probably the only contestant in the entire maze mirror who had the strength to kill a middle-stage true spirit realm spirit beast. It said that the spiritual weapon and spirit-level martial technique can only be unleashed at the true spirit realm. I really want to break through to the true spirit realm. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Then he quickly ran over, took out the water splitter sword, and killed the berserk black bear that was riddled with wounds but not dead. He took out the points token and silently chanted, "Devour." Yi Xian prioritized devouring this small, berserk black bear's corpse. Ding! The host has devoured a spirit beast's corpse. The host has obtained 100 devour points. Ding! The 100 beast essence blood slot has increased by 1 point. Ding! The host has devoured a spirit beast's inner core. The host has obtained 500 devour points. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian was shocked. This spirit beast's corpse had actually provided him with more than 600 devour points. Chapter 130. What the F***ck, this small spiritual beast is worth so many points, what about this big one? Thinking of this, Yi Xian rushed to the big black bear, took out the token from its body, and swallowed it. Ding! The host has swallowed a spiritual beast's corpse. The reward is 500 devouring points. Ding! The host has swallowed a spiritual beast's inner core. The reward is 2,500 devouring points. F***ck, 3,000 devouring points for a corpse. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yi Xian was so shocked that he could not speak. These two spiritual beasts' corpses had already earned him 3,600 devouring points, which was worth 3.6 billion. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body increased by a large amount, and he was already at the peak of LV10 martial path. Just a little more and he would be able to break through to the true spirit realm. But at this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host has swallowed a spiritual beast's corpse. The 100 Beasts pill has been activated. 100 Beasts pill? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and immediately checked the devouring system. Sure enough, there was a new item in the elixir column. 100 Beasts pill, after consumption, can increase the 100 Beasts blood essence slot by 100 points. Boom! Yi Xian was so happy that he was going crazy. Now that his 100 Beasts blood essence slot had reached more than 700 points, he only needed 200 more points to upgrade his 100 Beasts bloodline to the intermediate level. But when he saw the price of the 100 Beasts pill, he almost fainted. This 100 Beasts pill was actually worth 500 devouring points. That was too extravagant. 500 devouring points could be used to buy a spiritual weapon, which could be sold for at least 300 million. 300 million taels of silver. How could he not get more than 200 types of demonic beast blood essences that he had not swallowed before? Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he should wait a little longer. Although he was happy, Yi Xian did not forget to collect the spoils of war. After a while, he had already collected all the corpses on the ground. Tian Xiong and Tian Chao both had spiritual weapons, so Yi Xian swallowed the two weapons together with the good stuff on them. Ding! The host has broken through to the early stage of the true spirit realm. Finally, he broke through. Ha! When he heard the system notification in his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had already broken away from the martial path and achieved true soul. Wow, so this is a true spirit? It's much stronger than spiritual energy. My current combat strength is at least 10 times greater than before. The moment he broke through, all the spiritual energy in Yi Xian's body transformed into a true spirit. Then, he activated the true spirit and attached it to his body. True spirit defense. Now, even if he stood there and allowed others to attack him, there would not be many people who could break through his defense. If he had used the lotus armor, even that huge berserk black bear would not have been able to break through it so easily. Ding! Unlocked intermediate bloodline fusion. Ding! Unlocking array. Ding! Unlocking alchemy function. Ding! Unlocking the refining function. A series of system notifications stunned Yi Xian. He quickly checked and found that there was an additional array in the martial arts section. It was further divided into battle array, defensive array, and spiritual array. The alchemy and refining functions were easier to understand. For example, the alchemy function was to use Devourer points to buy a pill formula and then collect the materials. Once the materials were collected, the alchemy could begin. It was cheaper than buying it directly. Moreover, there were some pills that could not be bought in the Devourer system. The refining function was the same. Awesome, awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but roar a few times. At this moment, he couldn't vent his excitement. Since he had broken through to the true spirit realm and could fuse with the intermediate bloodline, Yi Xian immediately spent 1,000 Devourer points to raise the wind-chasing leopard bloodline to the intermediate bloodline. At this moment, he had more than 4,000 Devourer points left. Whatever, I'll increase my strength first. 300 beast pills, come out. With a thought, 3 pills with strange patterns appeared in Yi Xian's hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 pills. Ding! 100 beasts essence blood slot increased by 100 points. Ding! 100 beasts essence blood slot increased by 100 points. Ding! 100 beasts essence blood slot increased by 100 points. The 100 beasts essence blood slot finally exceeded 1,000 points. Ding! 100 beasts essence blood slot is full. Host can fuse with the intermediate 100 beasts bloodline. Do you want to fuse with it? Yes. Last time, Yi Xian fused with the 100 beasts bloodline and his body changed a little. But this time, there was no change. Intermediate 100 beasts bloodline fusion successful. When such a notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind, he abruptly squatted down and smashed his fist onto the floor. Boom! 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 As Yi Xian's fist smashed onto the ground, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. The ground instantly cracked, and a circle with a radius of at least 10 meters appeared. Good, such a strong power. Now, even if I don't use a spiritual weapon, I'm afraid I can kill this berserk black bear. Yi Xian was overjoyed. The change after the breakthrough was so great that he couldn't react. Ha, let me see your speed again. Swoosh! He disappeared in an instant without a trace. However, at this moment, the Dark Sun Empire's imperial palace was in an uproar. Who is this kid? How could he kill a berserk black bear that is comparable to a middle-stage true spirit realm with just 2 arrows? Too terrifying, too terrifying. Even a middle-stage true spirit realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill that berserk black bear so easily unless he used a spiritual level martial skill. Definitely, those 2 arrows must be a spiritual level martial skill. This kid is so powerful, he even has a spiritual level martial skill. Where did he get it? This person didn't hesitate to kill a disciple of the Tian family. His identity must be extraordinary. Who is he? Both inside and outside the imperial palace were in an uproar. Not only that, Tianzhen was speechless. On one hand, he was shocked by Yi Xian's strength. On the other hand, it was because his son died in front of him. Tun Chao was his son. Tianjin roared. At this moment he really wanted to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was in the maze mirror, so he couldn't enter at all. As for Yangming, the other inspector who was nearby, he was applauding. Good, Yi Xian did well. Although he was shocked by Yi Xian's strength, the latter had helped him vent his anger. Yangming, you're courting death. Tianjin immediately cried out. Yangming didn't care at all. He just sat there quietly and said coldly, Tianjin, your son is not as good as others. Do you want to fight in the imperial palace?